Yeah, Asteroid, how are you, man?
Hey, buddy. Man, I've
Yeah,
never seen a more bullish setup than this, huh? Woo!
bullish.
It's going to the fucking moon. Fucking moon! God damn it! Fuck, I'm bullish.
Yeah, yeah, what you said. Um, yeah, baby steps. What do you think this announcement is at 2:30?
Oh, dude, it's going to be huge. Let me tell you that much. I mean, you're going to
Just
be. I don't think I'm
colossal.
going to be able to walk
We
after
get,
the shock. Right?
we get DDP on the line.
Dude, like every
Even
single goddamn Twitter thing is like, they're like, I got the biggest news of the century. And it's like, everyone, and it's just that
yeah,
dumb shit. Everyone's like, oh, come on, man.
yeah. Um, the crazy part is a lot of this is good stuff. It's just a matter of how it's presented. I think a lot of people are trying to engagement farm on it, and they're trying to capitalize themselves. They want to be the first to break the news, and they want, which is just lunacy because you'd be better off to just announce it later. Like, hey, you know what? We've taken another step, and then we have,
Yeah, you know why? Because you
yeah,
get more retweets and shit if it was a surprise.
that's
Like you
true.
get like 10x the retweets. Like you get like a little bit of retweets with the pre-announcement, and then later you have a letdown and
Yeah.
like you don't get any shit. I don't know why they can't just wait.
What's up, Infra?
What's up, guys?
We're just chatting about the announcements and whatnot. I think it's a good thing, really. Infra, was it you that put in the Trojan horse thing, or maybe it was Shaquille
With this
O'Neal or somebody? Yeah, because like,
strategic,
on the one hand, we're about sovereignty and about, giving the value and money back to the people, and not having Uncle Sam look over your shoulder and central banks, blah de blah de blah. And so in one regard, they have a great point that regulation and everything is a bad thing. But another point, it just goes to, we want to create the network so strong that it can't be defeated. So I'm kind of agree with both sides. So, the truth's in the middle somewhere. Like, yeah, it's going to be a Trojan horse. Once we get the Bitcoin network to a certain size, it's there forever. And I think we're there. We're either there or close to that point now. So all these things I think help, even
It's
though I'm
already
not.
won.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
already
yeah.
won, man.
I
It's
think
already
so.
won.
Yeah, yeah.
So what were you referring to though specifically? I don't remember.
When you're
That.
talking what announcements or
Yeah, you're like, oh, it's not an escape velocity essentially. So what were you talking about? Like, I don't even know what they were talking
well,
about.
I
To
just
do
think
that.
I don't know, like even back in 16, 17, I think I still had a lot of fear that, uh Bitcoin wouldn't, or was still vulnerable to state attack, or to, we always talked about the 51% attack. I think maybe I still have leftover fear from those days. I don't know. I'm still not convinced we're 100% out of the woods, but I don't think it's
Dude, it's
from
over. It
it's not from
won.
government attack. It would be from like issues with the mining pools and hash and that kind of thing that are the
Yeah, maybe.
vulnerabilities now. Or maybe even if the wrong bit devs were in and passed the wrong BIP, and that BIP, you know, tweak things, and like maybe those are vulnerabilities now. It's not so much, the government rulings or that kind of thing. So hopefully we're out of the woods, but we'll see. What's the big announcement at 2:30? Anybody?
I think the U.S. is going to buy 21 million Bitcoin. We're probably going to go to $400,000. Yeah.
21 million and one.
Well, the only reason
Wow.
I got off a call a little bit ago, and that's what I was told. I can't share who it is though, but yeah, that's what I heard. Tweet it out and share my name. Let
Create
me
an announcement of the
tell people
announcement
who I
that
am.
says,
I'm the one who came up with the news, man. Come on,
yeah.
share this name.
I jumped into that big crypto wolf, whatever, with I
Ugh,
can't even remember their names. And man, it's just so hard to take. I went in anonymously because I
awful.
just don't want my face in there. But yeah, it's so bad. Like it's almost like many of these people are willingly and full well knowingly just rugging people. It's just so sick to see. Why don't you just go steal from them? Just go hold them at gunpoint. It to me, it's the same thing. Like,
are you
it's
talking
sickening.
about? Are you talking about Scott Melker's one?
Yes, yes.
What were they talking shitcoins or?
Yeah, they seem to always talk shit coins when I'm in there. Maybe it's just what they do, but DP was in there and he was doing his thing. It's self-promotion for a lot of them, and it's just sickening. It's the antithesis of Bitcoin, which is, hey, we the people, we're all the same, and we're bringing the value back and the voice back to everybody. So it's disgusting,
dude. I just think, look, the thing about the meme coins is, here's why I think meme coins don't bother me as much as like Cardano, and here's the reason why. They tell you that it's bullshit. At least it's honest. That's why I'm fine with it, to be honest. Like Trump coin, it's labeled as just dog shit. So like, if people want to buy it, at least it's honest. The thing about Cardano and Ethereum is like they pretend like they're legitimate. So that's what bothers me.
Yeah, I don't know. They're all sketchy in my book, especially when you have the real deal. Why do you need to mess around with that? Just doesn't make
because
any sense.
It's something. It's not. I feel like people try to think of it as the same thing. But for example, what if Trump wanted to launch his own digital collectible? How would he do it? That's easier than using like Solana. He'd have to set up his own like database. He'd have to like go to AWS. He'd have to like buy a front end developer. So in a weird way, like it's a way to like launch a database and a system really easily. I think people don't understand that. They think it has to be decentralized and stuff. Not really. It's just a digital collectible. I mean, it's nonsensical, but it is what it is. Look, why do you need a blockchain? It's easier.
No, you're right. Is Darkside in the other space? Puncher, how are you, sir?
Hey, how are you guys?
Not too shabby.
Good, yeah. Darkside's still in the other space. Probably come over, but
nice.
How
was it? How was it over there? How was the waters?
All right.
How was the world? Waters world.
It's the same.
Gotcha.
All good, man. I don't, it's all. It's
10-4. No, yeah, for sure. No. Yep. I'm picking you up loud and clear.
I will say, like, you get a tremendous amount of pushback. The idea that Dennis Porter is up there with Cynthia Loomis, it's like, man, they're going down the wrong path. It's like friends who are hanging out with drug addicts, and you go, dude, I know you're not a drug addict yet, but you're hanging around with this crowd, and, it's a bad crowd. And I know for a fact that the Trump sons, who don't get much from dad, like, they're told to go out and make it on your own, but they pretty have a wide berth. They're out there shitcoining and they're hanging out with shitcoiners, and they dabble in Bitcoin. And they're.
Why doesn't Trump cut them a little money? Help them out.
That's a family issue.
Cut them an allowance, man. The boys need their allowance.
What the hell, man?
They're not missing any meals. That's for
Infra. You had the sad faced emoji going down. What's
Yeah, I'm disappointed so far.
Oh yeah, for sure.
In what, Infra?
It was that the Trump kids are promoting.
The level of just transparent grifty kind of stuff. Yeah.
Well,
agreed.
And everyone says, it's like I said this last night on it. It's like the toad and the scorpion, right? For those who don't know, the toad says to the scorpion says to the toad, standing by a raging river, we're going to die. We're going to get flooded out if you don't carry me to the other side. The toad says, well, you'll sting me and kill me. And he goes, why would I do that? I'd kill both of us. So they start trekking across. The frog says, yeah, it's a reasonable thought. They get halfway across the river, and the scorpion stings the toad. The toad looks at him and goes, what the fuck did you just do that for? You've killed us both. He's like, I'm a scorpion. It's just what I do. Well, that's the excuse I'm getting about Trump, right? Hey, it's just what he does.
And that's right. That's correct. If you want a world where Bitcoin's successful, you're going to have a lot of this dog shit. You can't have it all. Like I knew it. I was well aware of this, and I just accepted it. It's just part of it.
Asteroid.
I know that's the reality, Asteroid. I understand that's the reality, but it's stupid. And when you say
it is stupid, but it's stupid. Yeah, it is stupid.
Right. It's dumb. It's politically stupid.
But I'd rather have this world than a world where everyone's getting debanked and they're shutting down companies.
I know, but I get it, but you're pointing out bad behavior to justify bad behavior. All I'm saying is we should call it out and not sit there and go, no, there's a bigger plan. I'm pretty sure there's not, because I know guys on this digital asset board, and they're telling me, like, they're trying to take care of people politically who Trump feels that helped them get across the line. And that is the XRPs and the Solanas and the Ethereums and the fucking
I don't get the XRP thing because everyone voted for Kamala and raised money for Kamala. That's why I don't understand the XRP argument.
I'm just pulling out.
No, but I saw that too, and I'm like, why are they with him when he was voting? They ran against him. I don't know,
because it's chaos, and it's the first thought of the kids.
Kevin,
how do I line my own pockets?
Is there a good way for us to call people out? Because I agree with you on the accountability issue. There needs to be a way that we can actually hold people accountable for what they say and do, especially in this space, because we want it to be credible to the world, because it's a very tiny portion of civilization right now. But we really want to spread the word, and we want to be credible people. And I think some of the spokespeople within the group need to actually be accountable for what they say. What's a good way to
Well,
do
look,
that?
we have a platform, which is, it's not a huge platform, but I can guarantee you that a lot of people are listening into it, and that reverberates and gets listened to over and again. And all I'm saying is that, you know, the people that are being appointed, like I have access to a couple people appointed to that board who are going to report to David Sachs. Sachs, I'm not so sure gets it, right? So there's problem number one. It's a political kind of hodgepodge of people who are being rewarded for donations. And then they're mutually exclusive with the real solution. So, and then even the people who are appointed as consultants, they don't understand Bitcoin. I know for a fact they don't, because they're shitcoiners themselves. So I just see it as a big chocolate mess that's not going to get much accomplished, because it's going to be hard enough if you had if you had Michael Saylor, Vivek, a couple of senators who really understood it. It would still be very, very difficult to get it legislatively across the board, which is why I always thought that an EO is best. I do have hope that very smart, sober military commanders are going to present a real world use case in which Bitcoin as an asset is a prerequisite. But it's not like the strategic Bitcoin reserve level, which would be legislative. So I don't give that initiative much hope, because it's not a focused effort on Bitcoin. It's a shitcoin, panoply that's not going to
Yeah.
get anything.
Hey, Puncher, have you heard from our buddy Jason lately, or know what's going on with him?
Yes, every day. Yes.
So you can't elaborate anymore on that situation.
No, but things are looking very positive.
Okay, that's good. I'm a fan of his. I know he gets a lot of criticism for words he's used in his thesis and a lot of other stuff, but I dig on Jason. He's a cool dude. Hopefully he,
Yeah. Well, he's frustrated, Lauren, as you know, because
yeah,
he's a super smart guy. Like last night, I was on a space with Darkside, and a bunch of guys were like, "He's stupid." I'm like, "Oh yeah, he's stupid, right?"
I was
And
there.
yeah.
Jeff Booth is stupid.
That's why he's an MIT.
I'm like,
Yeah, exactly.
but he's trying to explain something that's very nuanced and difficult to understand, even for Bitcoiners. A lot of Bitcoiners are like, "Yeah, I don't get it. That's bullshit." Well, it's hard to describe something in the future that no one's seen and has practical experience with. So there's that. And then, inside of the constraints of the DoD, he was sidelined because the first reaction from some DEI commander of his was that he's trying to pump his own bags. I'm like, really? That's what you think he's doing? So that's all gone. That's all fallen away. And now serious, sober minds who understand the problem and the solution are aware and understand it, and not only are asking questions but are highly versed. So for that, I'm grateful.
Yeah, it's kind of strange when we start taking pot shots at other people just because we don't like the way they define something. When we were speaking with him in person, he was telling me things about, a lot of people, like myself included, we think in terms of probability, but when they're doing analysis in his line of work in the Space Force, they don't think that way. They think if there's any percent of an attack, then that needs to be eliminated. So you don't even think in probabilities. You think in have and have nots. Like, is this going to happen? Yes or no. It's definitive. It's like black and white. It's not like, oh well, there's a 35% chance, and then his terms, basically he's speaking primarily to a specific group and thinking in their terminology and whatnot. So it really is triggering for people when they hear these words. In actuality, you could just change the word and it would mean the same thing and not trigger as many people. It's just people need to just chill the hell out. It's kind of like the whole elephant and that ancient proverb of the blind guys looking at an elephant and seeing it all different ways. It's the same thing, guys. Just
Yeah.
chill out, relax. We're good.
Well, the other thing is the generals. The problem throughout all of human history is in kinetic warfare, and hopefully Bitcoin reduces kinetic warfare completely. But you're always fighting the last war. And really, what you should be doing, and what Jason's trying to do, is define the future battlefield, which is cyberspace,
Right.
and proof of work networks that define who owns what and other things on top of it.
Yeah.
And then and articulate that to somebody who can't see the future. And so he's trying to do the right thing and not repeat the mistakes of the past. But it's very difficult. It's very tough sledding. But again, I am super optimistic as of 48 hours ago.
Yeah, it's good. It's gonna be interesting to see what the phone call and announcement is at 2:30 or whenever it is this afternoon.
It'll be
No,
huge.
Well, it's not.
Huge.
It's not what.
Huge.
It's not what I'm.
Breaking.
It's going to
Yeah,
be.
breaking
It's going to be
news.
fucking humongous, bro. I don't even think I'm going to leave the house.
Just to be clear, Asteroid. Just to be clear, whatever's going to be announced at 2:30 has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that's even bigger because it's part of this 21-dimensional chip plan. See, the less we hear, the more bullish I am.
I know you're being.
10,
I just want to get it on the record that
10
this
B
thing's going to
chess.
take a little while.
Yeah, it's all steps, just a staircase upward. So I wish a lot of these announcements would actually just be, news. Hey, this just happened, instead of announcements, because I noticed that people were taking the announcements and putting a spin on it, which even Lummus's things weren't like, hey, this is going to happen. She was just, saying too much. But people were taking it and saying, like, oh, this is going to be the big announcement and blah, 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 blah. So a lot of the hype actually came from other people, which is, ridiculous. So I wish you would have just stated after the fact, just as a news thing, like, hey, this happened. And then we would have been celebrating it instead of just having everybody just lose their minds and Asteroid having a party over there by himself, not leaving his house. Huge.
Well, I am happy. I am happy about the. We've had this conversation on other spaces, where I was afraid that Trump would come in.
Kev, are you driving? Sounds like where you're going into the Matrix on
Sounds
us.
like you went to the Jersey Tunnel. You're gonna go check on the bagel place in Manhattan.
I guess we've lost Puncher. Dougie's dead. Did you guys talk about the wrapped Bitcoin? I've been kind of out of touch for a week.
Yeah, I don't know what's a big. I don't know. It's kind of like
Alex.
ETF, right? What's the big deal? I don't know. Who cares?
Yeah. Hey, Alex. I noticed you jumped up on stage. How are you?
Doing well. How are you? Yeah,
Nice.
Puncher was. I love one of my favorite parables is the scorpion and the toad.
That's a good one.
Yeah, and then just holding people accountable. I think probably the most effective way is just through ridicule. But just staying above
Yeah.
it. And I think you guys do a good job of holding sort of the line of moral integrity.
The crazy part too is I don't have like it's not personal for me. That's the crazy part. When people defend these other people, it feels like they're making personal attacks on me, and all I'm doing is raising questions and just saying, hey, have you researched where you're sending money? Like maybe there's better options. I don't know. Like I'm still of the opinion that nothing is bad for Bitcoin. So maybe a lot of what Dennis Porter's doing in Washington is actually a good thing. But still, when he casts this net of, I don't know, it just seems like a lot of self promotion, a lot of raising of monies that we don't really know where they go, a lot of sketchy stuff. For somebody that dropped out of high school, is using a fake name, and got a GED and then was a real estate agent for 11 years. Like that's not the vibe he's giving off.
There's
He's
nothing wrong with a
basically
GED
promoting
though.
GED. No, that's good. Yeah.
I was gonna say, wait, are you talking about me? I didn't do a real estate for 11 years, but
Yeah,
I did
shame
drop
on
out
you.
of high school.
No,
No,
that's
but
actually.
I've met
I mean, a lot
Dennis
of
though. Like
successful people.
wait,
Go ahead.
I'll say this about Dennis. Like he's like if you ask him if he's a lobbyist, you ask any lobbyist in DC, no, I'm an educator. Well, they say that so they don't have to actually pay like lobbying fees, but that's what he is. And his silent partner is like, and this is the person you never see because Dennis is sort of, you know, he's like the puff daddy of the group, right? Or like the Jay-Z, he's like the act. But Jay-Z had a silent partner. His name was Kareem Biggs Burke. Dennis has a silent partner. I'm not going to disclose it. I'll keep him silent.
Oh, it's public knowledge. They started the actual fund and everything. It was something energy before, and it's actually a husband and wife team. And it's
Exactly.
public knowledge. You can get to it if you dig it for 5 minutes. You can figure all of this stuff out. But that just kind of makes it more sketchy because it's like just be transparent about everything. Because when you hide things, even if you have nothing to hide, it still leaves us to believe that there's something sketchy going on. So it's just like be transparent and be honest and just be like, hey,
But some
like
people like to be private and move between behind the scenes. But the wife, the woman, and I'm sure I'm
yeah,
not going to say her name out loud. She's a mover. She's a shaker. She's an operator in Washington. I've
yeah,
been with her and Dennis on the halls of Capitol Hill. She is received with smiles. She is very popular on
yeah.
Capitol Hill. She can get into any office in the House. She's not so good in the Senate. They're working on that. And that's I mean, that's real power in Washington,
So
is
Alex, it
being able
sounds
to
like
get
you're
people to
saying this is a net positive basically for Bitcoin.
a hundred
Let,
percent.
let,
A lot.
okay,
Dennis gets
yeah,
a lot
no,
of
that's good.
flack because he's vocal on X about
Right.
announcements. But there's real, like, you know, amateurs talk about strategy. You know, professionals talk about logistics. Okay, they
Yeah,
are they. There's a lot of logistics discussions going on with Dennis and lawmakers and the husband and wife that will remain unnamed here.
see,
Those are
this is good.
real.
This is
Those are
good
real.
info.
Like,
Yeah,
I've heard the conversations. I've sat with lawmakers in chairs while she's there. She's the one moving this stuff across the goal line. They're just not out, you know, they're just not out on X every day. But like you said, if you
yeah,
know where to look, you know who these people are.
yeah. No, this is the kind of information I'm looking for. Real stuff, not hypotheticals, not hype, not announcements of announcements. So, I mean, this is good. Like, I'm torn. Sometimes I think it's that guys like Dennis Porter are net negatives just because, it's a little bit reputational and there's a lot of like to me, a lot of the announcements are about self-promotion, which is difficult for me because it's a lot, I don't know, maybe the antithesis of Bitcoin, which is the community versus, but I understand that, hey, you need to make money in order to fund these things. And when we had him on a space at one point, like I really just wanted him to clarify and say, hey, why do you do these? Your antics are a little extreme. And maybe he could have just said, hey, you know, I get it. It may seem odd, but believe it or not, we're able to drum up a lot more support. We get media attention this way. We actually make more funds. Like that's what I was expecting, but instead it became like a personal attack on me and other people like Puncher in the room, which were like I'm a hater and blah 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 blah. So it was really hard for me to swallow that because that's not where I was coming
He's
from.
from
So it
Portland,
was
though.
difficult for me to
They in Portland,
Portland, Oregon.
in places like that, in Boulder, Colorado, they take every single thing as an attack. I swear to God, like I'm not being sarcastic here. They do. They take everything as a personal attack. You learn that when you work with them.
The whole state.
Yeah, if you joke around, they get pissed.
What about Portland, Maine?
He's a former Bernie campaigner.
They're
A
cool
lot of
men.
people don't know that. So he was a Bernie staffer.
Yeah.
That tells you everything
But
you need to know.
but he's come around. But I know he's highly sensitive. There's a rift
Yes,
between
he's
him
from
and
Portland.
BTI
Yeah.
as well. And he's very sensitive to sort of the talk on social media because his whole thing is he's trying to attract donors, right? He's trying to attract money into the Satoshi Action Fund. So sort of the negativity that he gets up. But yeah, I mean, obviously the best way is to
Hey,
just
Alex,
rise
what can you
above.
tell us about yourself that you feel comfortable with, just to so that we kind of know where our information is coming from, aka credibility and whatnot?
Well,
What
if
can you
anybody
tell us
wants
about
to,
you?
beat me, I'll be at MicroStrategy tonight.
Nice, nice.
So I'm born and raised in the
So you
DC
live out
area.
there.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm a
okay.
child of the deep state. My mother was an
Ah,
economist in the first Clinton White House. My father ran an NGO in DC for 20 years. Yeah, yeah,
so you're plugged in, basically.
yeah.
You kind of
I'm a Beltway
know
kid, and yeah, so
in
I'm
DC.
down on
Yeah.
Capitol Hill every week, and
So
yeah.
what about your are you like a Bitcoin only guy? What are you?
Yes.
What is your stance?
Yeah, Bitcoin
Bitcoin
only.
only.
Yeah,
Okay, good. I mean,
I'm
I don't
I
do
Bitcoin
mean,
and
any.
I
Trump
share
coin.
that.
I'm
Yeah.
Bitcoin and Trump coin. It's my thing.
Well, don't forget the Trump coin. Plus your favorite coin, Asteroid, which is.
Hey, I think I lost an asteroid coin. Would you guys be pissed if I did a little rug? I need some money, man. I need some money.
I need some money to buy some Bitcoin, so I'm going to launch a shit coin. So, Alex, do you know Omar then, or have you gone to any of Omar's clubs in the DC area? Oh, he dropped down, didn't he? Sorry. Puncher, what are your thoughts on that? That's kind of a different perspective on the Dennis Porter thing.
Yeah, I learned to trust my gut at 57 years old, and my gut screams. This
Well,
guy's just
me
full of
too.
shit.
Alex, I trust Alex. He
Back
sounds.
up here.
No, not
Alex.
Alex.
I know
Not
Omar.
Alex.
Yeah.
Dennis Porter.
But
Okay, yeah.
Puncher, keep in mind he's one of those West Coast guys. Like they're just weirdos in general. Like they can't communicate.
Hey. Easy.
Oh, sorry, Loren.
Easy.
You're not a West Coast guy because you don't live
I'm
in a city. I'm
Canadian,
talking. You have to live in a city.
No, I'm rural.
You have to live in a major city like LA or San Francisco.
Wow. Okay. Cool.
Well, not you, Infra.
Sorry.
Somehow Infra has escaped the mind virus. How did you do it, Infra? Tell us. And Fred too.
Not sure, to be honest. I don't know. I've kind of always been like this since I was a kid. I've always been like.
But you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
I think you get it.
Yeah, I've always been a little autistic, so.
Hey, I wanted to ask Alex about Omar.
Fred's a refugee from the mind virus.
He is. He made a great escape. It sounds like he may be caught up in it for a minute and then has come to the left the dark side. Hey, can Omar can throw a mean party? We're talking about partying in the Mediterranean this summer, Alex. With Omar said he would throw us a party out there. Can you attest? Have you been to any of his clubs out there or anything?
So I have not personally been. I know people that know Omar. I mean, he's part of a social circle in DC that I would say they party it up, man.
Yeah, he had some Michael Saylor stories actually.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Hung out with Michael Saylor, and Michael would come to his clubs all the time, and he's got pictures, and yeah.
So
he was actually giving way too many details a few times, where it's like, whoa, no, slow down, no.
But Saylor loves to party. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
so he's
I thought he doesn't drink.
A lot, but
he drinks.
Well, yeah. I think he's settled down as he's gotten later in age. But there are some, maybe 15 years ago.
Yeah, I saw pictures of him like on people's Facebooks. He used to just hang out with like random chicks. I did digging one time.
Yeah.
So
there's there's rooftop parties in DC. There's a penthouse in Tyson's Corner. I'll leave it at that. You can imagine what like large amounts of money and young women will lead you to.
Wow, that sounds like a bad life, huh?
Yeah. And then to cap it off with Bitcoin. Yeah, Sailor's a baller. But yeah, Omar is. So there's like a socialite group in DC that like I'm aware of, but I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not a nightlife person. I go home, I'm in bed at like 9:30, 10. I read books and, I'm pretty boring. But Omar is friends with all those people. So like, if he's talking about throwing a party, it'll probably be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think that should be a lot of fun. He's talking about this summer sometime, so. Hopefully, he said that Michael Saylor's 100K party was nothing. So I'm hoping that it'll be maybe he's gonna try to one up Michael. So hopefully it'll be a good time.
It looked like, I don't know, the pictures looked like a lot of fun, but yeah, I mean that that would be that would be the most exciting night of my year if I went to something.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, I definitely had FOMO looking at the pictures. In spite of all the I don't know. A lot of people were definitely not pleased to see altcoin community and stuff in there, but hey, I wouldn't have cared. I would have still had a great time.
Well, let me share with what Jeff Booth was telling me. I met him in New York about a month and a half ago, and we drank beers for 3 hours. And he was running me through some of the investments of Ego Death Capital 1 and 2 and how well they're doing, and like the hit rate for those guys is off the charts. And the whole DeFi thing, wrap this XRP integrating into
Hey, Puncher,
Bitcoin.
just sorry, before you
Oh,
begin, can you, are you invested with them? Are you part of that group?
oh yeah, I'm a
Okay,
limited
okay,
partner in Ego Dev Capital.
I
Yeah.
got you. Okay, sorry, go on.
I'm not. I'm not. It's just I don't think you can get in, so I'm not pushing anything. So, um,
No, 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 I was just curious. I forgot. I think you had stated that before, but I just didn't remember, so I was curious. Anyway,
yeah,
I know
yeah.
you're not pushing anything, no.
When
Yeah, go
when
ahead.
Jeff was on Bitcoin First, I'm the one who asked him to come on. He usually charges a Bitcoin to come on. So,
Yeah, hey, by the way, I was looking for that episode and it looks like it got deleted off of there. Did you see that? Because I wanted to listen to it again.
yeah, it's a good one, but yeah, I guess it's gone. Somebody else had told me that too.
Why?
Shoot.
But
Why?
Anyway,
I don't know. But Jeff was saying, look, the attacks now, because layer one and the base layer of Bitcoin is basically beyond any kind of sovereign attack. He said that the attacks are going to come on layer two, that this whole notion of DeFi is just horseshit. And anything that needs to be done can be built on layer two and ultimately layer three Bitcoin and settle to the Bitcoin base layer. Now, it's not there yet, but a lot of it's being built. That's where all the innovation's happening. So these shitcoin kind of integrations he sees, and I want to put words in his mouth, but as more of an attack. They are somebody trying to aggregate power via other means, because the ability to aggregate power inside of the base layer is gone. If it ever existed, it's now gone. So the attacks are going to come on layer two, and the development of the Bitcoin, ecosphere, and anything that's not that is an attack. So when I see, the crypto digital assets board with all these shitcoiners and everybody talking about how XRP is faster and you need to wrap it into, um, smart contracts, and then you have to do an API integration, all that shit is just like basically, Jeff, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, it's like it's all bullshit. And we don't need any of it. And it is an attack. It's an attempt to aggregate power. And you see BlackRock trying to do that, very clearly. So you should be suspect of all of those things. And when the political actors are doing those things, I'm like, oh, we're going in the wrong direction. At a very high level, that's my gut reaction.
Yeah.
that's good.
Have you guys seen this this event that Sailor's putting on at MicroStrategy in April, the Op Next conference?
No, tell us about it.
Yeah, so it's sort of tangential to Puncher's point, which is that most of this, what could be aptly described as sort of decentralized finance, which is, really what you're talking about is just sort of smart contract operability, right? Locking things, staking, yield, all different types of sort of exotic financial derivation that within the Bitcoin script are script lines in which you can do things like bonds, you can do things like if then events. This is sort of these arguments are being made in sort of the opcat. Arc is a layer two sort of solution for multi-user UTXOs. So you would essentially give the ability to spend a UTXO to multi-users, and based on different events, they could spend from there. But Op Next is sort of, hey, obviously Bitcoin is entirely decentralized. If anybody has a good idea or computer code, they can sort of spin it up, and everybody can review it and make criticisms of it and how this would work, and sort of engage in the game theory. And that's where MicroStrategy, because they hold such a large amount of it, well, like, hey, it's great just holding an asset, but until we sort of get a functionality, and the functionality is sort of um, unenveloping on layer two and layer three solutions. This is a conference for people to come together, developers, funders, seeders, investors, groups, etc. I'm sure Jeff Booth or entities like that, venture funds like that, VCs like that, will have people snooping around and just trying to see where is the next layer of Bitcoin. How can we further potentiate the medium of exchange functionality now that we've achieved sort of store of value? It's very clear the base layer is a store of value function of money, but how do we sort of jump into medium of exchange so that we can achieve unit of account where people are actually invoicing items, goods, and services in Bitcoin, so we can actually have the full scope of money. So this is an event. It's a conference. It's going to be 2 days. I think it's April 11th and 12th. It's going to be at MicroStrategy headquarters. I know there's a lot of people skeptical. Oh, you're going into the belly of the beast, but somebody with money is going to have to put this stuff on. You know what I mean? Somebody's got to pay for the coffee and donuts. You know, we can't just all show up there on freaking Adderall and empty stomachs. You know, so if you haven't heard about it,
Try. I would try.
Let's go.
I used to play poker, and that was one of the little Adderall was one of our I don't know, little tricks to go deep into the night and stay on point. Great stuff. I'm really dumb, so I would have to dumb all that down and just say it's obvious that we can't use Bitcoin layer 1 for unbanking or for banking everybody in the world, all the unbanked and whatnot. So we do have to develop these other layers, which is obvious, but it's also going to be just like the altcoin scam, where I bet you there's going to be 10,000 of these layer 2s and layer 3s popping up out of nowhere with all these solutions and saying, oh, this is the, blah, 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 blah. The crazy part is 10 of them are going to be amazing and what we need to focus on, but 9,000 of them are going to be smoke screens and pay no attention to the man behind the curtain kind of deals. So I think it's going to be really tricky. Like it's going to be maybe navigating through a minefield kind of.
Where do we sign up for this?
Yeah, where do we sign up?
But those are going to sink and swim under their own weight.
For sure, but look how long these stupid altcoins, which are to me a lot more obvious than, layer 2s, which are going to make a lot of sense. I mean, a lot of the layer 2s that exist now are actually really good. They're really sound. I mean, even the thing you were talking about with, I forgot the term for it, but basically it's just selective banking within your private trusted groups. What started in Africa?
Fediment.
Yeah, Fediment. Like that's actually when you actually dig deep on that, that's solid. It's a great idea. You trusted group and you're good. I like it. So there will be other things. Go ahead.
Well, a lot of the names in Bitcoin don't really understand it or say it doesn't work because
even Fred and Wayne call it a scam, which is ridiculous because they obviously haven't done a deep dive on it. There's nothing scammy about it at all. Meanwhile, on the Jersey Turnpike. Kevin, are you eating a bagel right now? Because you're in the Matrix.
Hey, I want to come check out your bagel shop in Manhattan, Puncher.
We also wanted Alex to tell us where we can sign up for the MicroStrategy.
Yeah, just put it up in the. I just put it up in the nest.
Nice.
Is Sailor going to be there?
I would imagine there will be an appearance from Sailor. He always likes to sort of orbit these events. Yeah.
Sailor orbited me once.
Oh yeah, did you see his the black bacon neck shirt that he wears on it? It's like, dude, you're worth $1 billion.
What is that?
Like,
why doesn't he just get a regular shirt?
I don't know. It's like he can buy out a factory and have firm press shirts, and he's just wearing the same black shirt that has bacon wrinkles along the neckline. It's like, all right,
are you making fun of my shirts too, Alex? Puncher, if you can try again, we were losing you. That's why we had to jump in. I think you may be driving or got lost in the Matrix somewhere somehow. Oh, he jumped down. Puncher jumped down. Winning. Jump up here and say a few words, buddy. Nick is in here. Come on up to the stage, you guys. We want to hear some other perspectives on today's happenings, last week's happenings. I was kind of out of the loop for a while, which is super nice. I mean, it is so nice to actually, I literally had no cell service for a lot of last week, and there's something really refreshing to it because you can't even look at your phone if you want to. It won't do you any good. So it just forced me to.
It's probably good for your mental health, Loren.
You know it, and my mental health is weak at best anyway, so I definitely needed it. Sounds like Alex is onto something with going to bed early, feeding your mind with some good reading, not going out and partying hardy and drinking a bunch of poison, which unfortunately I probably did too much in my younger days.
Yo, what do you mean younger days? You still do it.
Okay.
I've seen you.
Yeah, correct.
We've gotten drunk together.
It's not an old habit if you're still doing it,
Get
right?
drunk together. That's true. But I don't do it like as much now, so I feel a little bit better about that. But man, in Vegas in May, we may have to go ahead and stay up late and get drunk together. Sounds fun.
Why do they have it in May and not like January? Because I feel like January is like there's nothing going on. It's like the perfect time. Everything's boring. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's shit going on in May. So,
Honestly, they or we in this instance, because I don't plan on going to the other thing anyway. It's
yeah, but we have to correlate it together to get,
well, we did at that
attention.
time, but if we decide to do it whenever we want, we can. So maybe we can just do our own thing, and we don't even have to go to Vegas. We can do other things too. So not a big deal. I just I've enjoyed all of the hanging out. I got to hang out with El Winning in Southern California and meet Asteroid, the homeless man, there as well. El Winning, how are you, sir?
What's happening, Loren?
Just living the dream. We were just talking about, I don't know if you heard us talking about meeting up, and I was referencing obviously meeting you and the great times we had together down in Southern California during the BF event.
Yes, sir. That was a great time. It's been a minute. I've been hovering in the spaces since. I haven't really talked to you guys at all.
You jumped up a few times.
I've seen your name. Why are you so quiet? I noticed that.
Most of the time I'm just working and listening. So
I think a lot of people do that. I used to do that too. I lurked in spaces and listened to thousands upon thousands of hours of podcasts over many years, and then before I even jumped in.
And like I agree with like 90% of what you guys are saying most of the time anyway. So I kind of like to listen to the conversation just organically, just keep flowing.
Unless like what he said.
Unless like Joe and Puncher go at it for like 30 minutes, I might dip off after that.
Yeah, just fall asleep. I really think there's instead of people getting pissed, and I'm not saying Puncher does this. I like Puncher just kind of wears it all out on his sleeve and just lets you know what he's thinking and feeling, which is good. But I really do like both sides argued sometimes, because I actually do find, even when Alex was talking about Dennis, like I'm like, oh, that's great. Like honestly, it's good to hear positive things about what he's doing, because really I really care just about what goes on with Bitcoin, and if he's doing positive things, like to me that's amazing. I'm not here to tear Dennis Porter down. I don't know him. I don't know. I'm just saying, hey, from what I've seen, like things look a little suspect. So like do some research. If you want to support that movement, that's fine. There's other things out there to support as well. I don't really know. I'm not in Washington, but so I do like, I want to hear all the information. I want to hear both sides. I want to make my own opinions, because like Winning said, I don't agree. There's like 30 or 40% of stuff I don't agree with most of the time in these spaces. But a lot of the time I shut up because I feel like the dummy in here. But at least I get to learn from smarter people, and I get to hear opposing views, and then I get to take an eclectic approach where I take a little bit of nugget from here and something Joe said, and I put it all together to formulate my own opinion. So to me, I think this is where we use the hive mind and actually grow. What was that old show where you could phone a friend and whatever? I think that over the life of that show, the most winning. Yeah. I think I read somewhere that the most winning response was always the collective, the hive mind approach. So I think when we put our heads together, we're better as a collective humanity anyway. So instead of chastising one another and getting all our hair all ruffled up and taking things personally, we should just learn from each other instead. It's easier said than done, but I really think it's positive to have these arguments in here when Joe and Puncher are going at it. So to me, it's entertaining and educational.
Yeah, and we should save our hate for these warmongering sociopaths that send our kids to die for bankers.
100%.
Like hate them. Don't I just, I don't hate very many people. I don't get angry or upset with any of you guys.
Infra, are you in a Turkish bathhouse right now?
No.
Yeah, it sounds like it is.
It does.
What?
Yeah,
like in what way?
Super.
What's wrong with your mic, Infra? Tell me what's wrong with your mic. Come on, man.
Yeah, what Asteroid said. No, it sounds like literally if you were sitting bathing in a big echoey room, that's what it sounds like where you're at. So I just envisioned you in a Turkish bathhouse, fully clothed. No, it sounds like you're in a bathtub, maybe, where it's all echoey. So you got some sound issues, is all we're saying.
Is that better?
You're still echoing pretty good. You sound like
so
even worse than Asteroid when I used to make fun of him for being in the bathroom and then he got a new sound system, like back in those days. So Elwin, are you gonna
How's
try
my
to
new
make
sound
up?
system sound these days? Pretty good.
It sounds amazing, Asteroid. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, great.
Elwin, are you gonna join us in Vegas for?
Yeah, it's on my calendar.
Nice.
I'm trying to keep spitballing, and I'll pull the trigger probably at some point soon. I was gonna say, dude, is it me or are Bitcoiners the most impatient people on earth? This week has been crazy between the Russ Albright and this Bitcoin reserve. And everyone's like getting so frustrated, and I don't know. We've had so much progress the past year, and I don't know. It's not.
Yeah, I think
It's
people
crazy how
probably
many
should.
people like go to Twitter and just start posting.
Yeah, I think people should do like maybe what I just did for a week and actually just take a deep breath and go touch the grass and look at the ocean and just purge because it becomes where, Bitcoin becomes life instead of your Bitcoin is for your life. Like Bitcoin is for people, it's a tool for humanity, not vice versa. And when we're sitting and watching C-SPAN for 15 hours, watching some politician get inaugurated, and we get way too wound up, and just let it go for a while. Like Asteroid was talking about taking a week off, and it actually has done me some good. I was able to recharge. I was gone out of cell service for a lot of it, and so I wasn't even able to watch like a lot of inauguration day, a lot of crazy announcements, a lot of crazy stuff. So I would hit reception here and there and just look at Twitter once in a while. But as far as spaces or anything else, I was completely punched out, and it actually helped me because I probably would have been just wound up just as tight and just saying dumb stuff. So I definitely agree with you.
Were you the one that went to like Monterey area?
I actually started in the North Bay and then just kind of made my way slowly all the way up the coast, all of Mendocino, and
you went to Gualala?
Yeah.
How? Okay, that's like one day I want to move there. Is it
really?
Is it as beautiful? Yeah, is it as beautiful and chill and serene as it seems?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of places along there that actually are like that. But my problem is I like proximity to an airport. I like proximity to shopping. I like proximity to like multiple foods. I like to go out to eat a lot. So I think it'd be a great spot to go like maybe have a second home or go rent an Airbnb for, a week here and there. But I just don't like the feeling of isolation from any of the comforts that I enjoy. So
I
for a
love
lot of
that.
people,
That
yeah, no,
sounds so
exactly.
nice.
That'd be great. Yeah.
Especially coming from LA, it's like that's all you want, like you live here long enough and that's at one point in my life I would have agreed with what you're saying. Like at one point in my life I loved going out to concerts and just LA shit, but now yeah,
for sure.
You gotta get out of that.
Yeah, I think
same happened to me kind of. You have a breakup.
Hey, Asteroid. Asteroid, we can't hear you very well with your voice modulator on. Hey Noah, are you working today, or can you jump up here and say a few words at all? I'll send you an
Noah,
invite just to see if you can
what's
take the
going
mic or
on,
not.
bro?
But yeah, no, I'm with you, Infra. I spent time in northern Canada in this little First Nations is what they prefer to be called now, but back then it was okay to say Indian village, and so I was extremely isolated a lot of my growing up years. So I kind of enjoy the perks of actually being able to go to different restaurants and shopping and stuff. So I don't know, I'm with you on some hands, and it seems like how you were raised or where you spend a lot of your time dictates where what you see as wonderful. I still like to bug out, but just for shorter periods of time, like a couple weeks here and there to
Yeah.
isolation.
No,
But
where
I
you
like
live is
both.
good. Chico,
Yeah, you know,
whatever.
this is great. Yeah, exactly.
You
Hey Noah,
know,
how are you today, sir?
Noah.
Doctor?
Yeah, hey guys. Good morning. I am at the hospital, but just
Nice.
listening in, and I don't know what y'all are talking about really. So
We don't either. We're just kind of having a conversation. There's not many people in here, so we were just
chewing the
kind of,
shit.
yeah, exactly. So
I
just
mean,
talking
I'm
about.
getting.
Don't
I'm
you just
like,
love it?
I love you. I mean, shit, you guys. I'm in all kinds of like Twitter trouble. I have poked the bee's nest, and
Wait,
you
for
know,
Oh
what?
like,
For
dear.
what?
well,
Medical stuff?
yeah, medical stuff. I said this is incredible. We're going to cure cancer within 10 years. I think the advances are incredible, but there's so much distrust, and the mRNA, everybody hates it so much, and I get it, and there's a lot of damage that's been done.
I wouldn't touch that shit personally.
Well, exactly, and honestly, I wouldn't either right now. But I do think that it's an incredible technology that could be developed. I think the way they rushed it out, I think there's like obvious distrust in the system. But I'm in trouble anyway for saying, "Hey, we're going to cure cancer with 10 years with AI early detection and vaccines for cancer or whatever." And
You know what?
of course, it turned into an ivermectin conversation, et
Oh
cetera.
dear.
But
Yeah. Do you find that misaligned incentives have really wreaked havoc inside the medical world as well? It seems like, I mean, obviously, the financial world and a lot of other worlds where,
yeah,
instead of human beings' health being the number one priority on this list, it becomes like the almighty dollar and,
It's
right.
the
I
about
mean,
shareholder.
meeting criteria and billing and
Yeah.
yeah.
administrative bullshit. Like
What a great softball question, because I've been really kind of hot and heavy on this, and I mean 100%. I think all incentives right now are perverted at the most fundamental base level, and I think we mostly all are in agreement on that, and that's why we think that Bitcoin itself is, when we say Bitcoin fixes this, it's a trope, but it's honestly true for like everything across society. And I was talking about this last night on Darkside space. Right now everything is cutthroat PvP. It's scarcity mentality. It's competition. So the whole system, and especially because of taxation and theft by inflation, we're constantly being devalued. So the whole system is predicated on deceit, theft, and zero sum gain. And so, of course, everybody's incentivized to make more and more and more money. And then you take like a noble profession like medicine, where people are trying to help people, and we have been like at the brunt of this problem, and this problem has all gotten worse and worse and worse, right? Like they kind of kept it in check 100 years ago. I mean, Ford's employees were making like $180,000 a year in today's dollars. The income tax rate was, 1% for people making over $90,000 when the income tax was introduced in 1913 with the 16th Amendment. And so, like it's gotten out of hand. And I think as a global reserve currency and part of a fiat currency, we all know that these global reserve currencies, they have a lifespan, and they all, on average live about 94 years. That, since the 1400s, every global reserve currency, 49 out of 50 of them have failed. Well, we're like the 50th. And so, they all fail mostly because of Triffin's dilemma. which is, you have to become like a liquidity source for the world. So you outsource your dollar, you erode the value at home, you have constant trade deficits, and you enslave the rest of the economic world. But the cost is, erosion and debasement of the currency, which erodes and debases, I would argue, morality and our actual value, and forces us to lie and cheat on our taxes, and it forces insurance companies and big pharma to like become, as rich as they can off the backs of everyone else. So, as in a roundabout way and kind of encompassing everything, yes, all perverted, all incentives are perverted. And in medicine, it's horrible because physicians, have always been, what do you need to do medicine? You need a patient, and you need providers like nurses, med techs and doctors, and maybe some like suture material and some drugs. But all the, everything, as long as it's not predicated on profit motive, everything works really well, and you can make a little bit of money as a drug company. But when you're answering to investors and everything is like make as much as you can, cutthroat PvP style, well, patients and doctors are going to suffer. And now healthcare costs are the number one cause of, financial ruin in the country. Doctors, we only make up 7% of healthcare costs, our fees, and we have been paid less and less over 20 years. And our heads are in the sand because all we're doing is practicing medicine. Most of us, I'm more of a financial guy and entrepreneur, and most of us are being, pushed into side gigs, and as a result, there's less talent going into medicine, and it's really really bad. So yeah. Anyway, I'll shut up. But yeah,
Wow, there's a lot there,
yeah.
man. I don't even know
I
where to begin because
yeah,
you said so many
Lauren,
great points. Yeah, go ahead, Infra.
I would just say like what it's evolved into is we get a client and they're slamming an 8 ball a day of heroin, and the insurance company is fighting us, basically forcing us to twist the truth and uh, embellish our
Oh
documentation,
yeah.
right? To fight to get this guy, 3 days of detox. And then 3 days later, it's okay, he's ready to go
Yeah.
home.
Revolving door.
And yeah, and it's like, it's not, the incentive structure is all so skewed where like you would think that that at being an insurance company, that your incentive would be, oh, I don't want this guy to be one of those young kids on their parents' insurance that goes to drug rehab 55 times in a
Yeah.
year. So we're going to make sure that we address it once and for all. We're going to get him the care he needs. All the evidence points to longer, the longer the care is, the better the outcome, blah, blah, blah. But no, it's like this penny pinching,
Yeah.
bizarre,
Penny wise, pound foolish. And the idiots in Washington who
yeah.
aren't even involved in healthcare have literally, I mean, this is going to blow your mind. We have some of our compensation as physicians is tied to the way patients evaluate us on like service, like how did your doctor do today? Well, that's insane because that's a total conflict of interest. Because now patients come in and they're like, "Oh, I need drugs for my back pain. I need narcotics," and we say, "No, you can't have them." And then they give us like 1 out of 5 scores. We get horrible scores, and then we get compensated less. So guess what physicians do? They say, "This is not a battle worth fighting. Here's your stupid drugs." And then all of a sudden now you've got another opiate addict who's doing the heroin and coming to you with all kinds of problems and a huge burden on society. um, yeah, I mean,
Noah,
yeah, go ahead.
oh, sorry, Doc. I didn't mean
No,
to
no, no, of course
interrupt you
it's
there. You know what I don't like too is that this misinformation is leading to people really going at each other and arguing over things that really we don't know the right answers because either it seems like studies fund what whoever is throwing the dollars at said study want them to, so it's slanting one thing, so then people are willing to fight to the death over it as well, and almost to the fault of their questioning the person's motivations or what kind of character they have,
Yeah.
like total character
Oh,
assassinations, and it's actually
horrible.
creating a bunch more division within society. And
But
in
Lauren,
actuality,
that's not
yeah,
that's the fault of like I I don't want to dox myself, but my dad is extremely well educated, I guess you could say, in the sciences and biology and medicine. Um, and I was always raised to, you know, if there was a poster child for like trusting the science, right, it would be me. But then during COVID, I was reading all the preprint, literally every single paper that came out on COVID. I would read it, and I watched as they eliminated the control group in the safety trials,
right,
and it's just like you it it just really cannot be understated how bad they screwed things up. You know,
Yeah.
like you had me trusting the science,
Yeah.
but then you eliminate the group and said it's totally safe and effective.
Yeah.
Like,
It's horrible. Well, and you know, look, for better or for worse, tens of thousands of people were killed and had horrible vaccine injuries. This is like fact, you know, and so like,
What was the worst one out of the series, Noah? Do you
what
know?
do you mean the worst one out of the series? Oh,
The worst,
Moderna, Pfizer, those kind of things.
yeah. The worst one.
I don't know 100%. I think Pfizer. I don't know 100%. I'd have to really go back and look at it. What I will tell you is, you know, all of the blame has been transferred on physicians, and you know, I'm in the ER taking care of people. I never gave anybody a shot. I didn't have anything to do with a shot. Most of my colleagues, we have no, you know, like.
It wasn't just you guys. A lot of people of our employers said you get it or you're fired. Like that happened to me, and I
it
was
was
like,
Joe
Jesus
Biden
Christ!
Mass
too.
psychosis.
I'm still pissed. I got this fucking shit. I can't even believe they did that.
you
It's
know, on the
insane.
flip side of this too, like, could there be, because this is all manipulated by the almighty dollar, could there be, like, you know, the doc was pointing to earlier, like, could there actually be treatments and cures that do exist but are actually, you know, shuffled under the rug or whatever, because, you know, we're trying to make dollars
To
off of.
keep things
Yeah, go ahead.
intellectually honest and even-handed, I don't think so. And here's the
Okay.
argument that's going to make sense to you guys because you're smart, okay? Like anybody who thinks that there's
Some of
some
us.
kind of evil cabal hiding cures has to realize that doctors get cancer, doctors' parents get cancer, doctors' kids get cancer, medical scientists get cancer, medical scientists' kids, big pharma execs get cancer, movie stars get cancer. Everybody gets cancer. It's not like it
Great.
distinguishes. So it's
Yeah.
not like somebody's like secretly taking their ivermectin or their cheap, you know, cures at home. There's actually a lot of scientific hardcore research that has been done that is like that does not have, and yeah, could there be more funding? And you know what, there is some anti-cancer properties for ivermectin, and there's some potential, and it needs more research. But some of it, from what I've seen, is like you need doses that are like not safe for human consumption, and there's still equivocal data, but there is some data. But it's like, you know, we give aspirin, which costs like 5 cents, to every heart, you know, attack patient, every acute coronary syndrome patient, and it's like an ultra cheap medicine. Like, who would hide like common, like, why would you do that? Like, we all want
Yeah.
to cure
Those are
cancer.
great.
Like
Yeah.
you know, it's not like the system is actually hiding medications for profit. There might be like a benign neglect from drug companies. Drug companies aren't incentivized to put tons of money into studying, you know, these potential cures. But people are doing it. Like there are studies that are being done, and there could be bigger, better studies, and we're probably going to start putting research dollars into that because people want it and because the tides are changing. However, there's not like some kind of cover up profit mode. It doesn't extend that deep or that evil. Because look, I had my mother-in-law, she died of pancreatic cancer. It was horrible. Like, none of us want cancer. Like, we want to cure cancer. Like, everybody's
Yeah.
incentivized to cure cancer. So that's like the common sense argument against it. There are a lot of problems, but you know, it's not like a deep crazy. It's incentive based, and there's a lot of problems with these drug companies. And yes, they want their vaccine, which is legally. I mean, there's a lot of insanity, and COVID was mass hysteria psychosis, and yeah, I'm still. I don't know, by the way, with the vaccine. I don't hold a stance like it might show to be like the worst decision ever in 20, 30 years when we have it all figured out. By then cancer will be cured. And, so there are good things that come out of it when you experiment on a massive population with like forced experimentation or perceived forced experimentation. I mean, for better or for worse, we saw, I had 30 and 40-year-olds dying in my ER. And then after the vaccine, there was nobody dying anymore. So like real world on the ground, like I can tell you like from a lot of doctors' experience, like anecdotally, like it actually worked, like it like, and I don't think it was given appropriately to every population. Like kids certainly don't need it. And there's a lot of risks and dangers, et cetera. And yeah, and so like I said, I'm in the middle. I don't know. I'm trying to keep open-minded and watching science as it comes in. I don't like how the whole thing was handled. I think it was kind of, now there's a disaster and like a crisis of trust. But again, it all boils down to incentives, and time will tell, how criminally negligent the powers that be were in forcing this down people's throats. But as a physician, it's really hard because this is all I do. Like I'm in the emergency department. I mean, I stack Bitcoin, but I'm not going to sell my Bitcoin, so I'm not like rich. Like I just have this big clump of Bitcoin that I will never touch. It's like I'm probably in the same boat as everybody. We just stack Sats and we haven't changed our life much. So I want to see. But I will tell you that medicine it's a thankless job, and it's really hard to practice these days. And I really do think Bitcoin can fix all of it.
Yeah. Hey, Doc, I think that was probably one of the best answers I've ever heard to that question. I know we get these extremes on both sides of like, hey, they're hiding these cures, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. But, when you're saying, hey, guess what? These, doctors' families have cancer, and the pharmaceutical company folks, like we all have cancer, and why would
Yeah.
so that's
Yeah.
a great point. Oftentimes there's these extremes and the truth's in the middle. I think this is probably one of those cases where the truth's in the middle. I don't want to make
There's
this,
definitely bad shit going on. Don't get me
yeah, for
wrong.
sure.
Like,
No, absolutely. Yeah.
but
And I don't want to make this about like, the shot and criticizing people that took it or didn't, because I'm a freedom first kind of guy. So
right,
I really, if you want to, try the shot, awesome. If you don't, that's awesome. Like freedom is what it's all about to me.
right.
So I love that, and I don't want people to criticize each other for the freedom to choose. So I
No,
think
of course.
Jen is in the crowd, and she was talking about some of these things, and I don't know if you guys got to do your space or not, but the almost the exact thing of like, hey, how have these misaligned incentives financially screwed up the medical system? So I think you touching on a lot of these topics, for me, it's nuggets of gold, and I appreciate the answers. I think Darkside was coming off mute there, so I'll let him have the floor. Dark, were you trying to speak there? I don't know if you came off
Yeah,
mute.
yeah. I was just going to point out. Look, I appreciate what the doc is saying, and obviously, benefit of the doubt to the doctors that are out there in the front lines. But when you see something like OxyContin and the Sackler family and what they pulled off, there's another drug out there that's
Oh,
even today
genocide.
genocide, right? Like, and then you look at like
Fucking disgusting.
gabapentin, right? Like, this is probably a drug that doc still prescribes, gabapentin.
Yeah,
Wait,
neurontin.
what's wrong with gabapentin?
So gabapentin was the subject of one of the largest lawsuits ever. It's prescribed off label, off purpose for pain, but it's actually never been proven to actually do anything for pain. There's never been a double blind study. So it's still, this is an epilepsy drug. And it was given in relatively high doses to young children. Well, not, yeah, in my experience, actually. Um, but yeah, so there's a lot going on that's not really healthy under the hood here. Like the drug companies, you know, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. right? And we're at the fool me about 10 times period right now.
Yeah.
So look, where I stand on this, like, they haven't bought any goodwill, right? And like, whether we're talking about OxyContin, gabapentin, there's 100 of these drugs that I could go through that are they're, look, it's not hard to do effective double-blind testing, right? And if these drugs proved that they would work, they would do them,
So,
right? But go ahead.
well, I was just going to say, I just wrote this, the chapter in my book about health and incentives and whatnot. And when we are trained, and this is just 100% supportive of what you're saying, when we're trained in medical school, like 70% or 60% of the funding for medical school and medical education comes from drug companies. I mean, it's absolutely nuts. So we're wined and dined as medical school students. We're poor as shit. We're sacrificing our 20s, and all of a sudden we get these dinners. We get these educational dinners from drug companies, and they buy us $500 bottles of wine, and this crazy filet mignon at Ruth Chris Steakhouse. We're poor college kids, and we're in medical school, and we're like up to the yas and are in debt. And all of a sudden, these are like, they're taking care of us, and by the way, they're paying for medical education. And it's like this subtle psychological perversion where, as doctors, we're not trained at all about like prevention and like the really important things, the things that don't like earn you money. And like that's the thing, it's all about profit motive and money. And so like as physicians, we're just like everybody else. Like we want to do good in the world. Like, I mean, most people, growing up, you want to be a firefighter, a policeman, you want to be a doctor. Like I want to be a doctor since I was 2 years old. So now, as physicians, we talk about moral injury, and we have massive moral injury and compassion fatigue. So it was very interesting to do a deep dive and do the research and kind of write about this stuff. And because I say to fellow doctors, I have to be very careful because I say, oh, Bitcoin fixes this, and eye rolls and scoffs, and like, of course nobody gets it, and I sound like a crazy person, and so I get it. So I have to be very careful. And now I've just written a book on it that I hope to circulate to all my colleagues. But at the same time, it's like, like it's hard to put in the 100 hours, and it's hard to go from like 1 to 100 for most people who have no clue. The final thing I'd say, just real quick, in an answer to gabapentin, I've been doing ER medicine for 20 years. I will tell you that gabapentin, when we have patients come in, we try everything to avoid narcotics, obviously. So we give them Tylenol, we give them ibuprofen. They get pissed at us because they're like, well, I could have taken Tylenol or ibuprofen at home. They want something else. We literally have like nothing else. So gabapentin and Lyrica, there's a certain kind of pain, basically a neuralgia, nerve pain, which is this, if any of you have had it, like radiculopathy, it's like this gnawing, you can't get comfortable. It's a different kind of pain that is like, this horrible, it's not like a normal kind of pain. It's not like low back pain. It's like the pain that radiates down your leg. You can't get comfortable. You can't even find where it is. It runs the full length of the nerve. And people for whom nothing else works, I can tell you anecdotally, we're using gabapentin off label because it really works for a lot of people. So, just to keep things honest and just to tell you what I've seen with, hundreds of patients over the years, is that it does help some people, and it doesn't have like a bad outcome. It's not like super bad for them anything. And for people who have, who are living in horrible pain, it's like it is a last case scenario kind of go to. Well, have you tried Neurontin? Okay, maybe try it. And mostly it's specialists using it. I don't use it very much, but I have a few times. And in 20 years, I don't use it that much, but it does seem to help some people. So I'll just say that, keeping an open mind.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we use it a lot too for anxiety, like practically every client with anxiety. And our clients have always, now it is a little bit habit forming, but and there's tolerance and stuff. But,
well, I'd recommend,
but in general,
what's dangerous about gabapentin?
So everybody should go read
thing.
the Pfizer lawsuit where they paid. It was the largest single settlement in the history of pharmaceuticals has to do with gabapentin.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know there was
Yeah.
a lawsuit with
Yeah.
gabapentin. I'm gonna read it.
Yeah, and like if you like, I'm not going to say. Look, my argument is this: if it does some good, then let's get a double-blind study and let's prove it, right? Like, look, anecdotally, I accept it. What you're saying. I'm not. I'm not. Sure, if you see it working, great. Then why is there no single study out there that proves gabapentin does anything for pain? I can tell you, my son, when he was very young, was given extremely high doses and it had a negative effect,
Well,
right? And
they,
so, on that front, that's how I became, that's how I got introduced to, hey, what is going on here, right? And I began to
they
look it up, and then I said, oh my goodness, this is crazy. Like, it's an
vets.
epilepsy drug. It's only been approved for epilepsy.
They give it a lot at vets. Like I have a lot of cats and stuff,
Yeah,
and
they
vets
give it.
always give it for
Look,
pain.
you can walk into the ER with a broken finger, and they'll give you gabapentin. It is. The Pfizer reps have pushed this drug to be sold
I think it definitely
as
does help with pain though, but I don't know the side effects because my cat one time had a bad tooth and he wouldn't eat, and they gave it to him and he started eating
Well,
again. So I think it.
dizziness, tiredness. You can get some swelling in your legs and some gait disturbances, but serious adverse effects are really pretty uncommon. So
But again, we don't have the studies. It goes back to like science, right? Is about challenging the status quo. Science is about doing the hard work. And look, I'm all for. Look, if you can produce a study that shows a properly run study,
okay,
right? That shows its effectiveness, all for it.
so Darkside, we do have a two. Okay, I just looked it up because I've got Medlit like right on my phone.
Hmm.
I have to do it every day. So there was a 2017 Cochrane review which analyzed 37 different studies that met qualifications that were peer reviewed involving 6,000 patients, and they found that gabapentin at daily doses of 1,200 milligrams or more provided significant pain relief for some individuals with postherpetic neuralgia and diabetic neuropathy. So they were studying specific painful syndromes, but
So why hasn't it been approved? Like again, if the studies are done properly, remember, I'm at the point now where medical studies, because look, I have experience in this, in that as I sit on the board of a orphan disease
well,
foundation,
yeah,
and look, there's, when we try to get medical research done, right, on our disease, it's very difficult to ever get a single researcher to give us the answer no.
right.
Right, like no matter what we do, we get yes,
Well,
right,
and to,
and that's because they want to get more funding, right?
yeah,
We fund.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, can
but
we let's work a question in too. So after Noah's finished, go ahead and chime in, James, whatever your name is. Let Noah
I,
finish his sentence
I
first here.
read half the study, so I just want to let you know that, look, Darkside, you're absolutely right, because there's at least half of the people, however, that were participants in this study, they didn't achieve any meaningful pain relief, and they actually experienced adverse events. So that's the problem that I was going to say. So while it does work for a portion of the people, it doesn't work for everybody, and some people have adverse effects. So it's used as like an off-label. In that case, it's like a physician discretion thing. And here's the interesting thing and the important thing to note is a lot of people expect pills to like have a function, and then that function is the same for everybody, but we all look different on the outside, we all look different on the inside, and we all respond differently to different medications. And so a lot of times the studies aren't really that useful. They say, okay, it's helpful for some people, other people have adverse side effects. And it's left to physicians, therein lies the art of medicine, to say, okay, do you want to try some gabapentin? Let's see if it works. Let's try it for a week or two to see if it works. Oh, it didn't, you had some bad side effects. Let's not use it. So it's not approved just specifically for that, because it doesn't work, for half the people. But if you're a physician and you've got a patient and you've tried everything, and like Infra said, we use it off label for things where it might work for people like anxiety, pain, but that's kind of like physician discretion and let's see if it works. But I'll have to look at the lawsuit. But I'm just supporting what you're saying. Like over half the people didn't have a good result from it, but it doesn't mean that we're not going to use it, because for some people it works really well. It's like so that's the trick. I just wanted to give a little bit more context, and I'm agreeing with you, and I need to read about this lawsuit because I didn't even know about it.
Yeah, Doc, much respect. I'm just pointing out that the incentives are skewed, right?
Yeah,
And
100%.
ultimately science is about doing things the right way. So look,
Yeah.
let's just move forward. I totally respect where you're coming from,
Low, likewise.
Go ahead, John.
Hi, this is Chaim. Thanks for bringing me up.
Time. Sorry.
When I was in my early 40s, I had idiopathic neuropathy in my feet. I would describe it as very, very uncomfortable, not painful, but extremely uncomfortable, and the pins and needles, the whole thing. And again, I wasn't diabetic. I went to the Mayo Clinic to be checked out, and they put me on the gabapentin. And it made me so tired, and they kept upping the dose, and it actually made the symptoms of my feet worse. And I finally I just took myself off it. Again, I'm not recommending people go against their doctor's orders without talking to them, but I was a young guy. I was keeping myself in shape. And I have to say, just bring it to Bitcoin a little bit, being in the Bitcoin community, I've learned so much about health and nutrition and just the mindset of wanting to take care of myself, that even though I still, I guess, technically have it, by eating whole foods and doing the right things, walking, listening to podcasts while I walk a couple hours a day, Bitcoin podcasts, I pretty much reduced the symptoms, I'd say 80+%. And, so I just say sometimes, I think we rely too much on doctors, and no offense to the doctors here, but, I'm just getting a pill and running to the doctor and assuming, well, thank you for listening.
Yeah, stay away from doctors, guys. I'm a doctor. I hate medicine. I hate doctors.
No way. I love doctors. I got to go, guys. I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Okay.
All right, Asteroid, have a good one. Yeah, no, I think Noah isn't like diet and exercise is surprisingly the fix for so many things.
Oh,
Like
it's
I know
huge.
I've let you know my background in psychology and whatnot, but for any pill like depression all the way down the line in psychology, diet and exercise trumps them all. Like it's the
Yeah.
best thing you
Well,
can do.
and
It's
Laughter
crazy,
and sunlight.
talk about
right?
the art, not a science. Psychiatry is like the craziest part, I
Oh
think.
God, yeah, for
It,
sure. You should know, huh?
yeah, like it's beyond words how fraudulent and
Oh my God.
I mean, like, if you ask, a normal person what causes depression, they'll say chemical imbalance, low serotonin, something like that, right? Like 90% of people say that. There's not a single study that indicates that, because you can't measure serotonin. Like it just, well, let's put you on this. Oh, let's put you on this. You got side effects from the first
Yes,
one. Let's give you this drug to deal with the side effects. And that caused more side effects. Now here's a third drug to deal. The entire thing is
great
so crazy.
points. Yes, certain Aardvark had his hand up earlier. How are you today?
Hey, thanks for having me on. I'm
You bet.
recently retired anesthesia resident, meaning I got over halfway through residency and just decided I couldn't take it anymore. And thanks to crypto, I had the means to leave. Um, but just on the gabapentin topic, it does seem to me very effective for pains that you think shouldn't really be there, in the sense that, for example, I have an old back injury. Uh, Eventually, kind of got reliant on kratom just to get through the day, to keep the pain away. But it was pain that was you couldn't find anything on imaging. It was just referred pain, like sciatica type pain into my glute, um, where there's no really good structural reason other than maybe some inflammation or pressure on a nerve. But the activities I was doing was not causing damage, which meant the pain signals were superfluous and in fact harmful. And what I found was that even just low dose gabapentin really kind of just turned the volume down on that pain. It did nothing for the actual joint pain or the soreness in the vertebrae, but for the what I would call fake pain, referred pain, really helped. you know, and
Yeah,
I
and
mean, your mileage may vary.
that's also interesting how they hypothesize. They don't. I don't think. My understanding, they don't know for sure how it works, the mechanism of action, but the hypothesized mechanism of action makes that even the more interesting.
Yeah, thanks for the comment, Doc. That's good experience.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations on your retirement. Hopefully, you're finding fulfillment and having fun doing other things.
My friends would tell you I'm about 100 times happier.
Good
Hey,
for
for the
you.
new speakers on the stage, just a little housekeeping. If you want to interject and you're having a hard time finding a lull in the conversation, just throw your hand up and we'll make sure we work you into the conversation some way, somehow. If you have any questions, request to come up on stage. Looks like Dan's taking me up on the offer, so we'll give the mic to Dan.
Hi, hey guys, thanks for letting me on here. Yeah, you know, I'm just to speak to who's the last guy? Certain with the being the anesthesiologist. I'm a recovering dentist, so I feel you. And Bitcoin's also an awesome, you know, it's allowed me to kind of do what I want as well. That being said, I also have a degree in public health, and the most important thing I think I learned in public health was evaluating studies. And I think a lot of the time, like, I think we all have to be a little careful with the studies that we reference and saying there's no studies on this or there's studies on that, because studies could be extremely biased. And the first thing I ever look at when I look at these studies, no matter where it comes from, New England Journal of Medicine or whatnot, or any respected journal, you assume everything in there is legit and great. And sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes you have to look at who it's funded by, who's doing the study. Often there's a lot of studies about done by corporations, obviously for corporations. It's like oil companies doing, you know, studies on how great oil is and that kind of stuff. It's the same idea in medicine and any other scientific field like that. So I think that aspect of it, we all have to be a little careful of, because I think it's a lot of the time people use studies to kind of fit their own narrative. Thanks.
That's a really good point. I mean, I think we would all agree with that, and I think people need to. I think a lot of people maybe don't understand that, but it's true. I had a lot of fun writing this book, guys, that I just wrote, and a lot of great conversations.
Hey, Noah, can you give us maybe I don't know, whatever teaser or tidbits about the book, just to maybe
Yeah, well,
I know I've heard about it, but I don't know exactly what you wanted to share as a little teaser.
yeah, I mean, you know, I'm about to go on Robert's podcast, the Breedlove, what is it, the What Is Money podcast, and so I was going to kind of soft announce it there, but
Love him, hate him, Mr. Robert Breedlove, everybody. Yeah. No, I'm a huge Breedlove fan. I didn't like his BitClout stuff, and he gets a lot of flack for certain things he does in his personal life, and whatever. But I think that's all just just insanity. I like him. I'm a big Breedlove fan.
yeah, and I don't. I've really enjoyed his series, and he's had a lot of really great thinkers up there.
Yeah, I think that's what got me was his Sailor series. It was super instrumental for me
Oh
becoming
my God.
like a Bitcoin maxi more than, because I was definitely doing a lot of altcoining and whatnot up until that point, and then
Yep.
that series was just so huge for me. It was like the apex of my whole turning around my altcoin season into just being a Bitcoin only guy. So yeah,
Yeah, and if you guys haven't listened to it, I agree with Loren 100%. Like, go listen to. There's a bunch of great series that he did. So I was really honored to kind of be tapped and for him to invite me onto his show. But I think that everybody understands and knows the technical marvel, which is Bitcoin and how it's going to fix money. So I wanted to contribute something new to the body of knowledge and our understanding of Bitcoin. And, I think that we all study it. So you could kind of make the analogies that we have like masters or PhDs, and like depending on how much time we've spent doing Bitcoin. I've been in now for 10 years and made all the initial mistakes and did my amount of shit coining, and even lost tons of Bitcoin on exchanges that collapsed. So I wanted to contribute to the body of work. And as a healer, I really thought about, well, what can I write about? I had a philosophy that was forming, that was a little bit deeper than the, fix the money kind of superficially, and just everything swirling together, standing on the shoulders of giants of, like Jeff Booth and Saylor, and kind of putting it all together into a personal philosophy and a way of viewing it that could lead to some self-actualization for people. And I've seen Bitcoiners post before and after photos and say, "Oh, I started Bitcoining and I've never been healthier. Now I have a low time preference and this, that, and the other thing." So the title of my book is Self-Bitcoinization. And what I propose is that when you adopt a Bitcoin standard, what you're really doing is leaving the old paradigm and moving into the next paradigm. And I discuss at great length the difference between the paradigms. The first one being scarcity mentality, the second being abundance mentality. And you're going from competition to collaboration. You're going from fear to hope. And I just kind of organize all the current understanding, and then I have like worksheets in there. I have like specific examples, and then I go in. I go deep into the psychology of it. Infra, you might be interested in this. I talk a lot about Abraham Maslow and the hierarchy of needs, and how more people will have their basic needs met by hyper Bitcoinization. Maslow studied self-actualization, which is our ability to really attain kind of personal authenticity and enlightenment. And he suggested only like 1% of people do that, like Einstein. And he gave other examples of people. And this was like he did this all in the middle of the last century. So this is pretty old psychological stuff. And Maslow was, he's studied now up there with Freud and Jung and all these guys, Erickson. And so, to reapply their theories to Bitcoin, and how Bitcoin is a moral money that changes our fundamental incentives and allows us, we're never going to get rid of the seven deadly sins, so to speak. But I think that there's also probably seven virtues. And, I think that Bitcoin allows us to, instead of fighting and cutthroat PvP mechanics, it allows us to really focus on lifting each other up, and it's more egalitarian, and it's democratic, and it's like get rid of corruption, all the things. But what I think that does is it creates a moralization of society that allows for more people to become self-actualized. And I think that the more and more people who are self-actualized, the more just and moral society is. And so right now, I think that we can use Bitcoin as a way to become self-actualized, and I call this process self-Bitcoinization. And and so I have worksheets. I have a pretty cute little thing called a SATS journal, which is self-actualization through stacking, and it's like a daily diary. It's like one page, and you stick to a program of becoming Bitcoinized. And then I also talk about the impacts on religion and philosophy and health. Big chapter on health. I have a big chapter on morality, all those sorts of things. So I'm really excited. I've got a ton of AI art. Like 1/3 of the book is just a lot of my art. I do a lot of art that you guys see through AI and like extensive prompt writing. So that's it. And I have it in the, Fred Krueger is going to be writing the forward on it. And then I've got Willy Woo, Breedlove, I've got Zuby and Lavish, a couple other people looking at it to write some advanced praise if they feel it warrants merit. But Fred already said he'd write the prologue, which I told him, only do that if you think there's merit. But there's other resources in the book that there's a huge glossary of terms for anybody who's not a Bitcoiner. So like, stuff like Forever Laura or, NGU, like, so that people can like have a full repository of the vernacular and memification of, all the tropes and what Bitcoin is. So yeah, thanks for asking. That's
Yeah.
what I've been working on.
Wow. that sounds like good stuff, Noah. How exciting. Got a couple hands up. I'll give it to Sovereign first, and then we'll go back to certain.
Yeah, thanks. It sounds like today is Bitcoin Health Day in the conversation. I was just curious, Noah, or some of the other doctors on stage. I come from a medical family as well, so I have been privy to all of these conversations about the broken healthcare system. I'm curious. I'm sure some of you have maybe seen the Crowd Health episode of Breedlove's podcast. Earlier, we were talking about like the Bitcoin community rallying behind like joint security to protect from like abductions and all this stuff. But I'm curious what I guess the doctors and non-doctors in the group, what their view is on Crowd Health. I had signed up for it just for like a few months to see what the deal was, and if for those of you who don't know, Crowd Health is like a new form of insurance founded by, I believe, someone who's a Bitcoiner. And the idea is rather than have sort of a behemoth insurance company providing you insurance care, you have the community in Crowd Health provide insurance to you. And so, if I got sick and broke my leg, the people at Crowd Health would find me a doctor that takes cash payments. You don't go through insurance. And then there's like, I think there's some upper bound limit that like Crowd Health will cover, but then the rest of it is sourced from sort of the Bitcoiner community. And I'll say one more thing and then pause for response. The idea that I liked was like most of the time that people that are in Bitcoin, have a certain type of ethos behind them. They exercise, they eat well, they're interested in health and sort of different types of medicine or healing. So that drew to me because like, you'd be providing healthcare to someone who is sort of like you might empathize with it better. You might be more willing to like, I could see myself breaking my leg on a hike or rolling my ankle or whatever it might be. So there's an interesting like theme there in terms of like your desire to help the community in an interesting way. So just curious what your guys' thoughts are. That was the kind of background of what I was thinking of as you were talking, Noah.
Yeah,
It's funny.
great.
Hey, Noah, can I just jam in real quick
Yeah, of
before you
course.
finish that one? It's too bad that the Chaim speaker from earlier actually had a crowd link in his a referral link right on his page there, but I noticed he quickly blipped out, so I'm thinking his wife walked in on him and was like, "Not another space. If you listen to another space, that's it. We're divorced." So yeah, because he was commenting. I try to vet people oftentimes because some people end up on a stage and get the mic that probably shouldn't be in a space, and that's one of the things I noticed about him. So I have personally listened to those, and I've heard the Crowd Health pitch many times, and I was also intrigued. So I'm interested to hear Noah's response. Go ahead.
So this is not new at all. I need to look into Crowd Health a little bit more, and I'm sure there are some slightly different things. But I've had Sedera. I've used Sedera for the last 5 years, and so these systems have been out there. And this is a Crowd Health. It's the exact same thing. And I need somebody from Crowd Health to tell me the exact differences. But the way I understand it, it's very similar. So what I've had is not insurance. It's a community shared expense. So basically, we all pay our own health care. I pay $200 a month, which is very, very little. So I pay like $2,400 a year for it. It's, I guess it's a proxy for insurance. I'm very healthy. I don't take any medications. I rock climb all the time. I go scuba diving. Blah blah blah. Um, so all I need, and I think most of us need who are healthy, is catastrophic insurance. So like if I get cancer, or I'm in a horrible, I drive motorcycles. If I'm in a horrible wreck and I've got 20 broken bones and I'm going to have like a $400,000 ICU and hospital bill, I don't want it to ruin me financially. So I have Sedera. I pay for all my own medications, all my own drugs. And I mean, I'm a doctor and we have doctors, so I can just write prescriptions for, if anybody needs a prescription, hit me up, send me like, a couple sats and I'll freaking write you a prescription. Like, it's kind of ridiculous how much money everything costs. It shouldn't cost any, like, it'll take me 5 minutes. But you know, like I've been using that for years, and it's great, and I haven't needed it, and it's kind of like insurance. But what it is, you know, I mean, since it's a crowd,
Hey Noah,
yeah.
this one is specifically like Bitcoiners. So this is a specific one, correct, Sovereign?
I don't know that it was specifically targeted to
Yeah.
Bitcoiners.
No,
I know
no,
this
they
guy was
this is
on Breedlove's
actually
podcast. I know
yeah.
they like had
This is
some type of
actually
like
specifically where
Bitcoin
they
thing.
actually yeah, I've heard him many times. He's been on with you name it in, you know, whatever you want to call influencer or the most popular podcast when I was just doing, you know, 10 hours a day of podcasts listening. Yes, they do specifically in Bitcoin where they actually part of your maybe even the whole thing goes into Bitcoin and sits there and you still have access to it. So this is a derivation of a crowdfunding whatever thing specifically for Bitcoiners. So this is a specific thing, yes, that actually uses Bitcoin. Sorry, I just want to
I mean,
clarify.
I love
Oh, no,
that.
it's great.
It's genius. I mean, you know, like if you put in, you know, 0.1 Bitcoin or whatever, and then that's your like lifetime thing, or that's your yearly thing, and it's less the next year. I mean, there's so much to do there. It sounds.
Sorry, Noah, you're on mute. Can you unmute?
Sorry about that, guys.
No, that
Yeah, I
was
mean,
me. I fat fingered the thing.
it sounds it sounds incredible. And honestly, if you just have to put in like 0.1 Bitcoin or something, you know, for a lifetime, or you know 0.001 Bitcoin per year or something like that, and it grows, and then that you use that to pay for your healthcare. I mean, that makes perfect sense, right? Like, I don't know why we couldn't.
Yeah,
You know,
it's a great plan. I'm just going to quickly say if anybody knows anyone directly within that specific thing, send them a message and see if they can come and give a little spiel on this. That would be great. Sorry,
yeah,
go ahead, Noah.
I know those guys. No. I'll shut up. I'll try and get a hold of them.
Yeah, that'd be great because I really am a big fan of that movement and would definitely like to talk to them more personally for sure.
Okay, hold on.
Hey, Loren, just want to jump in. Regards.
Yeah,
Happy Thursday, bro. Love you, man. Big things are coming to the future for us, boys. We have
yes, sir.
overcome the unthinkable. Bitcoin reserve soon. We're all going to win together. Let's fucking get it.
Sounds good, man. Are you coming to Vegas in May? Zeb?
I am thinking about it. I will be doing a little trip to Jamaica with my girlfriend in the spring, and then if I
Nice.
can somehow sneak away, I'm thinking I might show up.
Sounds great. Also, Macro is on stage. How are you, sir? I don't know if you're working or not or listening. You can just wave. How are you?
No, I'm here now. Yeah, working, but just finishing up for the day, so I can chat now.
Super. Good to have you up here, man.
Yeah, how y'all doing? It's been a little bit since I've been able to chat with y'all. I know we're always chatting in messages, but sometimes it's hard schedule wise to hop on stage in the middle of the day for me. So
Yeah,
tricky
I
deal
mean,
on Wednesday.
just to let everybody know, we're actually talking about becoming more structured with an actual set schedule. So we'll probably have Macro doing his thing, but we're all going to just try to use the like Bitcoin today or one theme that everybody can know, like, hey, this is a group of people that aren't trying to glorify themselves or trying to gain any kind of notoriety, but we're just really trying to get the message of Bitcoin and love out to the world. So we're in serious talks about actually doing things where we have specific hosts at specific times, do specific things, and that way you can actually work your day around it instead of going, because in the past, you know, we've just been like, oh, let's put a space up. And so just give everybody a heads up on what we've got going on in the background, just so Macro's in on it. And we're just trying to, you know,
Yeah, I
basically
think
in planning stages. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think one thing that, we've talked about it. We haven't utilized it yet, have not been active on it, but it is pinned to my profile. If you go and check it out, you'll see Bitcoin Today, the community. There's only like 15 of us in there right now,
Yeah.
but it is all the people who kind of speak regularly / host and co-host. I assume that whenever we do kind of figure out what we want to do exactly, we'll probably be posting in there and making it a bit more active. But I would love to get more people in there actually specifically talking just Bitcoin related stuff, things like, the crowd health thing, for example. If it's a community of people who are all on X who are just vocal and talking to each other, their likelihood of you being able to be like, hey, does anybody have experience with this? And then have somebody answer that directly is a lot higher if it's in a dedicated community. So
For sure.
just a thought, check it out, request to join if you want to, and
Yes.
I'll add you, or any of the other mods will add you. So, but yeah, no, aside from that, hope y'all are doing well. I assume there's a lot to talk about right now with all the executive orders and everything going on, and I'm sure people have already had the full. We were joking when Cosmo and I were hosting this morning that we already went through a full hype cycle today because of the Cynthia Lummis tweet. We went through a full hype cycle in a single day and then got rug pulled. So I had to meme that, obviously. But I think that's kind of the biggest thing that's on my mind right now is just what are people's thoughts about that. And, to me, it felt a little bit Dennis Porter-y, to be honest, which is why I made the meme that I did. So.
Yeah, that was a funny one. We didn't want
It
to
was.
go
Sorry,
too far
it
down
certainly
the.
was. Oh, sorry. Go on, Lauren.
No. I just wanted to just say we don't want to get too far off track because we just kind of took a little bunny trail off of all the medical stuff, and I know other people were still wanting to weigh in on that. But I'll give it back to Sovereign, and then we have
No, go
Michael.
ahead. No. Let's swing back into that. I was just going to make some comments. Go ahead.
No, fly at her. We might as well finish it off if we're going down a rabbit path. Let's do it. Go
Oh
ahead,
no,
and we'll go to Michael after that.
Yeah, sorry, didn't mean
comment.
to derail it.
No, we
Not
actually. The thing is, we didn't have we just came in and just started, free rolling, and then Doc showed up, and we got, pretty medical, and we just got off on a medical tangent for a long time, which was super. I mean, for me, there was just nuggets of truth in there, and I love that because when you can go through and find, truth nowadays, it's difficult. So, Samuel. Sound. Who's up next? Sorry. No, Michael was up next. Michael, and then we'll go to Sound Health. Michael, and then Sound Health.
Hi, Loren. I'm glad we got medical people on board because I can answer a few questions. Unfortunately, I'm a cancer patient, and I was a participant in one of the health sharing plans. Mine is called Liberty Health Share. So about 3 years ago, cancer struck me, and amazingly, they've been paying everything they promised to pay, and that's how I'm covering the costs. I figure they're spending probably $350,000 a year on me. I'm in the plan where I'm paying, I forget, 10 or 15% of it. So, but I can visit any hospital in the country. I've been going to the New York MSK for treatments. They're not related to Bitcoin, but this is one of the health sharing plans. And again, amazing. I don't know how they do it, but they're doing it. So if you got any questions, please.
Man, so sorry to hear that you're battling that, and thanks for sharing. I mean, it sounds like you've had a good experience with the health sharing plan.
Yeah, again, yeah, my cost was the family, so I'm over 50, so my cost was about $900 a month. This is what I was paying for a couple of years, and then the cancer struck me. And
now
again,
they're paying everything now, huh?
pretty much, yeah. I travel out of state. Mine is very rare, so there are only a few centers in the country that treat this or know this.
Are you a Bitcoiner? Do you do Bitcoin?
I do, but it's unrelated.
Yeah.
But yes. Yeah.
Well, I guess, like, I don't know as much about crowd health as I need to, but it sounds like it's an attempt to take this kind of model and then combine it with Bitcoin for everybody's benefit, but for patients' benefit. And I guess the thought would be maybe you could pay even less than $900 a year, or $900 a month, rather.
A month. At this point, I'm getting into Medicare, so I will probably. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with that plan because it's quite a bit of money, But I'm getting into Medicare right now. A whole different topic. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, this stuff is, I mean, medicine today is bankrupting people, and it costs so much, and we don't, doctors at their individual level and specialists, I think that we do a really, really good job for people who can afford it, and it's not our fault. We're not at the wheel, like we're either employees or we're told what to do, where to go. We're very well trained and we're very mostly intellectual, but we don't even have transparency. Like I sew up a little kid's face who's bit by a dog. I have no idea what the hospital charges, what the fees are, how it breaks down. I give an IV bag of fluid. I have no idea what that costs. I don't know what anything costs. If somebody asks me what their bill is, and they do, they say, well, how much am I going to pay for this? I say, I have no idea. And if I ask the hospital, how much is it going to cost? Oh, well, it depends, what's their insurance, and it depends on the negotiated rate. And it's like, I can't even get an answer. So, it sounds like you've had a good experience with this health share plan, but I think like all of these are reactions to a system that is bloated and perverted, and profit motive has crept in because of, again, incentives. So, I hope you get all the treatments that you need and have a really good outcome. It's always painful to hear when a family member is suffering, and I think we're all family. So we're with you, brother.
Thank you, Noah. One more data point. I believe the rate they're paying is Medicare rate. So there's some negotiation. Mine, again, is a Liberty Health Share
Makes sense.
plan. So they've negotiated with the hospital. So I don't see basically they negotiate ahead of time and they approve very quickly. So whatever procedure the doctors come up with pretty much gets done the next week or later, right away. So there are no major delays. So again, it's amazing that they're paying for it, and I've had good experience with them.
Interesting.
Hey, Stuart at Sound Health. How are you, sir? The mic is yours.
Loren, thank you for the line. Appreciate it. Dr. Kaufman, good to be with you. And Michael, sorry for all the stuff that you've been through, but it sounds like your journey, at least, has been positive with Liberty. So I'm happy to hear that they're honoring that commitment. I've been in the healthcare space for 20 years, launching new technology in the neurosurgery and orthopedic spine market here in the US. And as a part of that, you have to get very close with negotiating Medicare rates as you bring data, sound data to market and published data, peer-reviewed published data to market. You use that to leverage payment rates with CMS. We have grown up, most of us on this call have grown up in a fee-for-service environment here in the US. So what that means is the more tests they order, the more scripts medicines they prescribe, the better that healthcare facilities and networks and contracts do, including physicians. But to Dr. Kaufman's point, physicians largely have no stake into what they get paid or what things cost. There have been a number of efforts to do startups that bring transparency to the fee market. And if you go to outpatient surgery centers or outpatient orthopedic clinics, you might surprise yourself now in this day and age if you ask them for a cash pay fee schedule. So if you need an x-ray for a broken toe and you need a clinician to read that and maybe prescribe you some meds or a boot for that foot, you might be surprised what you could get in and out of that clinic for all in, all up for if you ask for a cash pay option. So that's where we're headed. In 2016, I found Bitcoin. I kind of left the traditional healthcare space for good in 2020. But we started a health savings initiative denominated in Bitcoin. And we've had kind of fits and starts with that, just as you can imagine. HSAs are similar in many ways to a traditional IRA in the way that they're treated. There are a couple extra tax incentives, but there's regulatory hurdles that you have to cross because HSAs require an audit trail. But I know many people, including myself, who have set up self-directed HSAs that have exposure to either Bitcoin directly or a Bitcoin proxy like MicroStrategy. We know that's not best in class, but at least there is some exposure. So if anyone's interested in that, it's a passion of mine. I love talking about this exact subject. I think it will empower and free a whole generation of people to have access to these types of vehicles, and most people don't even know about it. So there's a lot of FAQs that people have about HSAs in this day and age, but if there are any physicians in the audience, John Gordon and I, and John heads up Satoshi Health Advisory to help physicians learn how to accept payments. John and I are hosting a physician-only focus group next week. If you're interested in participating in that or just to continue the conversation, we'd love to talk to you, because it is we think it's a huge opportunity to protect what I call patient customers in the US and elsewhere, to look at how we set up these kind of vehicles long term. So, Loren, thanks for the line, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm going to try and join that, and he already reached out to me. Hey, Loren, we've and that all sounds. I mean, like let's go. You know, like we need these changes. There's massive problems. Like I definitely want to speak more about that offline. And thanks for. I mean, obviously you've got a good pulse on it. I've been on the front lines. Everybody expects doctors to know a ton about this, but the fact of the matter is, a lot of it is people who've been entrepreneurs in the space who've seen the problems, or administrators or physician administrators. Hey, Loren, if there's any way to bring up Greg, he's down there. I don't know if he's requesting it or not, but
Gregory.
Yeah, Gregory Kramer, and I don't know if you want to speak or not, but I feel like he introduced me or was introduced to me to Crowd Health and has a better understanding. And I know we were talking about that a bit earlier.
Yeah, okay, I'm working on that. I'll send him a request here.
Yeah, in the meantime, I mean, look, even
He's up here.
individually, we can all start. We can adopt our own individual Bitcoin standards, which are going to help us individually. I mean, I do think that. And I talk about this. I'm a little worried that any solution that comes from within the current paradigm is fiat biased and fiat based, and we're all trying to make money, and it's fine, and it's capitalism. But I think that we need to be careful of these structures being bought out by like private equity and then again perverted for profit motive. And so that's something that I think about as well, because look, if I'm a physician entrepreneur and I create a better system with Bitcoin or whatever, and then someone comes in and says, hey, look, great job, we'll take it from here, we want to keep you on as CEO, you'll get 49% equity, we'll take 51%, we'll give you $250 million. That's hard to turn down, right? Like you're like, wow, that's a lot of corn that I can buy with that, and then I can get my Lambo. So the current incentive structures are designed to take that innovation and co-opt it and pervert it. So that's part of the problem. So I don't think that it, I don't think that it changes the fact that we still need to individually adopt a Bitcoin standard and as a society. So I just wanted to say that as a caveat, but I think a lot of these ideas are good, and they're going to kind of flow along with the bridge with Bitcoin as we change paradigms, which hopefully takes not as much time as we think it might take. But
So no, hi, this is everyone. This is Greg. What I'm hearing, Saylor is basically single-handedly overturning our monetary system, and then Elon's doing cars, and he's doing space, and he's doing comms. So if anyone here, I think what we're hearing is Noah's stepping up to be like the Elon of overturning the healthcare system.
I don't know about that.
That's what I'm hearing, because it's a full-time job, man. Somebody needs to be that guy.
I mean, thank you, but the thing is, I think it should be decentralized. I'm happy to help, but the problem is, like, I'm just as subject to like desires for personal gain. I've got enough Bitcoin. I've been a physician for 20 years. Like, I honestly feel like I have enough money, so I would like to do it in a way where I don't need to like make a business, but like, how do we do? And the problem is like everything is business oriented and profit motive oriented, and I don't have a problem with that. But there's got to be a way to fix the system. And right now, from within the system, we need a quick fix. And I think that's what a lot of is happening. Is kind of these, well, what can we do right now? And that makes sense pragmatically. And I guess it can happen in parallel, but I just worry about profit motive and stuff, which again, I don't think is a problem, but at some point it becomes perverted and it crosses the line. And that happens nowadays all too frequently and too quickly.
Wouldn't you say, Noah, there's a difference in profit motive and exit motive, though? Because if somebody's just trying to get to an exit, they're more likely to compromise on the things that perhaps got them to start something in the first place. Versus if you're passionate about something and if you're in a position like you're talking about that you feel you're in right now, it seems like you're in a better place financially to be able to be principled and to be there for the mission. Obviously, you have to make enough money for the business to run, and profit is one of the ways you can tell that you're providing more value to society than you're withdrawing from it. So profit is important, but exit for the sake of exit to compromise the mission of the company that was started in the first place seems to be where things go off the rails a bit. And I know that's kind of
Yeah.
a fiat
Yeah.
thing, but that maybe that's more cultural, and I think the culture comes from the money, and the money they kind of enforce each other. So a hard money enforces a better culture, and a better culture keeps a hard money.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a chicken and egg thing, but it feels like you need to have people who are there on principle, and even if they could have that $250 million exit, they say, no, I'm here to help people fix their health, and if I end up just a millionaire, I'm okay with that. I don't need the $250 million exit in the Lambo tomorrow because I'm here to try to actually help people get
Yeah, a lot of really great substance there and
healthy
great
and stay
points. And I
healthy.
think that, oh, sorry, you broke up for a second.
Hey,
Yeah, yeah.
Macro, the nuclear reactor behind you was sucking away some of your communication. So you ended up in the matrix right at the end, but man, there was some good stuff there before that happened.
That damn plasma, man! It's always disrupting the radio signals. No, I was done.
No, I think that you're right on. I mean, and that's a good and very interesting point. There's a difference between exit and profit motive, exit motive and profit motive. But I think for most of us, like I think it's really hard psychologically. Money is more than just what you can buy. I think there's like a very deep game that is, psychologically very deeply rooted in all of us from the time we're kids and our parents are talking about money and they're bickering about money and money is everything and how much money do you make, and you hear someone makes millions and millions of dollars and you get this like kind of feeling that you can't put into words of like, oh wow, they're lucky or they worked hard or like wow, they can do everything, they've got freedom. Like it's these deep psychological. So even if you're trying to be altruistic or even if and then a lot of us, I mean, I've got a ton of Bitcoin from the last 10 years, but like I don't touch it. I'm not going to sell it. I have a 2006 Chevy Silverado truck that's got over 200,000 miles on it. I'm still working in the ER. I mean, I love my patients, but it's kind of a grind. And I only do a week, a month. I'm interested in writing and doing entrepreneurial stuff. But I think that it's so ingrained that like it's got to be like such a small percentage of people who actually could hold out and not sell for $250 million and be like, okay, well, F it. I'm going to go buy like a coastal home and just retire. And, the system is predicated on winning and it's predicated on all that stuff. But you're right. I mean, and I think that with hard money and particularly Bitcoin, I think incentives will change and it's the bridge between paradigms, like I was saying earlier. That being said, I would love to hear more from, Gregory. I know he's kind of working with some entrepreneurs and people who are already doing stuff. And I was just hoping to get kind of like a better understanding of crowd health because we were talking about that earlier. I have Sedera, which I've had for 5 years, and it's a a non-Bitcoin. I think it's like more Christian. I'm not religious. I'm not Christian, but they open it up to anyone. But it is a crowd sharing insurance kind of like alternative. But Greg, were you involved with crowd health, or am I mixing?
No, you're no. Kind of the way it went down is right as Andy was getting started. I talked about working with him, and then essentially I've been slogging away in the fiat mines, doing the stuff that I do. So kind of mercenary for the last since then, and Andy has stayed sort of kind of like doing the mission. And I think I had also shared that I'm in Madison, Wisconsin, and that is home, like literally epic, and their health records is like it's running this town, the billions that have flown through. And so it's been one of those things where you talked about having some money and some time, being able to what would you do if those things. I've been sort of more eye on the traditional fiat landscape this last few years. So Andy and I, like, we got going at the start, and then like I didn't jump in the way he has.
Cool, yeah, but I mean, I guess you have an understanding of the business, and you were a connector for he and I just need to talk with him and other docs in the field. I think a lot of it
Yeah,
is like
you do. No, you guys need to. It seems like a perfect marriage there. But like to talk about profit motive and stuff, I think he'll talk you right out of that, because I think he's made money. He's a Stanford MBA. He knows about money. We all know we were kind of born into this system, but
yeah,
he's in it for kind of like the long term and short term, like long term time preference, right?
Yeah.
So this is what we would do if we had we would not just sit around and feed in we would work, right? But we're kind of doing more things that we quote unquote believe in.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's really encouraging to hear. Obviously I can't get that kind of context through DM, so I think we'll just have to continue to foster that relationship and grow it. But I mean, thanks for popping on. I think that there's a lot of good ideas, and we just need to connect the dots. I mean, people are there's a lot of direct care. I mean, maybe we have to connect, crowd health with Atlas MD, and because there's a lot of like price transparency and issues. There's just a lot of issues, and as physicians, we're like being forced to take on an entrepreneurial role to try and fix it. But again, like the only way to fix it is from within the system, given current incentives, which is tough. I mean, we can take on a Bitcoin standard, but a lot of hands are going up, and I see Voltron's in here, and I got other colleagues in here, so I'll shut up.
Macro, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is completely outside of my world, so I'm just trying to learn here. Isn't there a big issue
Hey,
with
Macro,
the
before you go, it's public knowledge what your world is, correct? Like you don't have any shame in, or you're not trying to keep
No,
it
no,
hidden. Okay,
it's in
can
my
you tell
profile.
everybody? Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Can you just tell everybody just for context?
yeah, I'm an engineer. I work for power plants. I do water treatment stuff mostly for them. So consulting work, helping power plants run better, mostly like thermal efficiency stuff. So the medical side is completely out of my wheelhouse. I don't really know systematically how a lot of this stuff is set up. So I'm trying to understand it better. And I literally didn't even have health insurance for like 10 years because I saw it as basically a scam, because I've heard so many horror stories of people basically paying into it for so long and then getting nothing out of it, basically just getting fucked by it, or being forced into one specific physician who then botched their surgery, and now they're not necessarily paralyzed, but they're living with pain for the rest of their life. So it's like, okay, cool. Why am I going to pay into this system, which is potentially just going to take my money and then fuck me anyways? I'd rather just keep my cash, and if I have to pay out of pocket in the future, so be it. Maybe I have to spend a little more than my narrow options with insurance. But anyways, the broad question I'm trying to get at here is, isn't the incentive structure, like forcing people to have insurance, kind of the root of the problem, would you guys say, or do you think it's something else?
No,
Hey, before you guys answer,
yeah.
before you answer, I just Fred just came in, so I was gonna just kind of keep him up to speed on what's going on. Noah actually told us that you may write the prologue or something for his book, which is pretty cool. We started just having a regular conversation, and then very soon went deep into everything medical. So we've had a lot of doctors and medical experts up here, Fred. So keeping you up to speed here. Sorry, I just wanted to interject that and keep Fred up to speed on what we were talking about. Go ahead, Noah. Sorry.
Yeah, Fred, I told him the title of the book, and we talked a little bit about it. Lauren was asking, but yeah, for the question that you were having, Macro, the systems and engineering side of it is massively important. We need we need streamlining and optimization, and there's so much waste and bureaucracy and administrative overhead. It's absolutely suffocating to physicians, and we have become professional clickers. I mean, Epic is a freaking nightmare, and we're forced to lie like on every single patient to check these little boxes to meet coding standards. And did you do 9 out of 10 systems reviews? Did you ask these questions? Did you do this? And it totally does not comport with reality of how we take care of patients or what we need to do, and the way we need to communicate with each other. And one of the biggest problems is all these different systems are closed systems. So you can think about it like Visa and Venmo and PayPal. They're all closed systems. They operate on their own. So most use Epic now because it's become this tyrannical, like Epic kind of monopolization of EHRs, electronic health records. But some people use Cerner, and there's other ones for sure that are entrenched. And the problem is none of them communicate. And patients, they don't give a shit. They go from one hospital to the next hospital. They travel. There needs to be decentralization. There needs to be a total decentralization of all medical and healthcare records, which are held private because of HIPAA and other obvious privacy concerns. But it needs to be that you can go anywhere in the world. AI will instantly translate your medical history or chart. But I mean, forget about the country, anywhere in the world. But beyond that, to answer your question, we need like engineers to come in and say, okay, this is like ridiculous how inefficient the system is. And you've got all different specialties of physicians not even talking to each other. So the clinic is using their own computer program, and you got to push X-rays from this hospital. The actual time we spend and waste doing things is mind-boggling. And then to have physicians, charting, and we spend more time charting than we spend with the patient. So yes, we're in desperate need of a massive overhaul. The technology is like very old. The winning solution is Epic, which is like less old, but still completely useless, but then just conforms with non-patient helping or physician helping objectives. And it's all based on profit motive and money flow between drug companies and insurance companies. And so incentives are badly perverted. And like I said, I just wrote a big chapter about this. And then you add that to the fact that we talked about this earlier, that healthcare is subsidized by big pharma, healthcare education. So 60% of the education received is how to give drugs and how to treat diseases. Like we're not taught how to prevent them, or the healing arts and all this beautiful, noble part about medicine. So anyways, I digress a little bit. I thought it was a great point that you brought up. We need optimization. And I don't know if that happens from, entrepreneurialism, like, with taking the Atlas MDs and the Crowd Healths and putting them together and allowing hospitals to be owned by physicians who are technologically competent, and then hire as a consultant. We need like a Doge for medicine, right? Like we need like a dough, like a duh. Like we need like a Homer Simpson dough, like a department of health efficiency. So that has to happen. I just put a tweet out. We need an Atlas Shrugged moment, in medicine because our patients are suffering. They don't trust us for good reason. Anyways, I'm going off on a
You're doing
tangent.
great, Noah. Hey, before I yield the floor over to Stuart, just throw your hand up if you do want to interject here. I know I've seen a couple people go off mute, and I was assuming they wanted to say something, but just throw your hand up, and we'll definitely work you in here. Stuart, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. No, great comments. And I came up through device, right, when meaningful use was being instantiated. And I just saw the pains of our surgeons just, as they were onboarding all scripts and Cerner and Epic. And it's not gotten any better. Interoperability is a real challenge. Back to the health savings piece. My little project, and Noah, for no other reason, just to bring it to a large number of people, is a product called Sound HSA. And a few people have seen it. I've had some of the best Bitcoin designers kind of mock up the MVP, and I don't mind sharing it. It's a passion project, but a lot of it has to do with education, right? And I think someone was saying when I just jumped on earlier about allocating just a small bit of Bitcoin each year, and not having like a mass marketed product per se, but just if you, for example, platforms like Crowd Health and Liberty and MediShare. Do you know you can't use your HSA to pay for those premiums under the current law?
It's insane.
And you can't pay for concierge. Like if you wanted to, some people may have a concierge primary care physician, and those are offered throughout the country at different levels. You can't use your HSA legally to pay for that annual subscription. That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Right? It's unbelievably ridiculous. There are regulations around a vehicle like an HSA. For example, you can't have an HSA if you don't have a high deductible health plan. That's ridiculous. If all we're asking for is changes in the tax law to allow people to have a small portion of Bitcoin allocated for health expenses of their choice, whether that's you want to pay for an insurance policy or a MediShare or Liberty type platform. And that's one of the things that we're talking about on Monday is like legitimately going and lobbying to the appropriate people in DC to say, hey, look, we know why the HSA was constructed the way it was, right? To protect the existing system. We just want to see those regulations relaxed. And I think if people felt empowered that they could grow their health savings, past the point of inflation, they would feel a sense that they could have control and agency over their own health experience. So that's all I wanted to say. But appreciate the line.
That's awesome. I want to hear more about Sound offline. And I mean, we need physician leadership. We need provider leadership and entrepreneurial improvement. We need to let the free market function, and it's not because of all the regulatory capture and the innovation that's been stymied because of profit motive that's being controlled by large centralized monopolistic players and market participants. It's nuts.
No, send me your email address. I'll tag you on that invite, man. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Got a few new people up here. Humble is here. Good to have you up here. How are you today?
Hello. Hey, I normally don't have too much I can contribute, but to this subject, I do.
Contraire, you do. I go into your spaces and you have a lot to offer.
Oh,
I appreciate hearing from you. Yes. Anyway.
Right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So I just kind of jumped into the space, but you were talking about AI. My husband's a physician, and he has been using a Bridge, which is an AI program. And I can tell you that with that, I mean, essentially it's the patient comes into the room, the entire conversation is recorded. They have many different translations available, and it has saved him just a tremendous amount of time. Like he used to come home and just work until the wee hours of the morning almost, because I think, Noah, as you were speaking, charting is a majority of what their job is. It's just awful, right? And in this case, it's actually acting as it's dictating for you. So it's impressive. The other part of this is I just had a conversation. It was not last weekend, the weekend before. My husband's side of the family are all physicians. So that was his sister, brother-in-law, parents, they're all physicians. And they were all basically acknowledging the fact that AI could very well be taking their jobs in the not too distant future. So, the family that we have where it's a everyone becomes physicians, that they're kind of looking for other options for their kids. So as
I
are
hope it
we.
does. I hope it does. They did a recent study that showed that AI is making better. It was crazy. AI was better in every way. It was better at diagnosing, making treatment plans, and patient satisfaction and care and compassion. Both of those metrics, I think it was a Harvard study. It just came out. Both of those metrics were better for AI, and here's than just normal physicians. But here's the crazy part: it was also better than physicians who used AI as a tool. So I agree 100%. I think that AI is the most deflationary power the world has ever seen, and I think I would not want to be a radiologist right now. You'd have to be crazy to go into radiology.
Absolutely.
I
Yeah,
mean,
no, that's
Coincidentally,
very true.
a radiologist just popped up on stage. Sir,
yeah.
I will not try to pronounce your name, but
No, Dr. Singh, my buddy.
yeah, okay, cool, yeah.
That's hilarious. So I just wanted to contribute. I'm glad you're talking about medicine, and this is where just a quick blurb. My history, been practicing radiology on the West Coast for 16 years, and I've been seeing increasing rates of cancers in young patients and fatty livers. Those are the two biggest things that I see, and it has always bothered me why I'm seeing all this. And I actually did not put a finger on the problem till I discovered Bitcoin in 2021. So I actually got orange pilled by Elon Musk. I was a Tesla investor. He bought Bitcoin on the balance sheet, and I'm like, oh shit, I need to look into this. Why are they buying Bitcoin? So that's when I got into Bitcoin. And the more you dig down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, you discover what is the root cause of the problem. And this is where the last 2-3 years I've been researching the nutrition part. So basically, what's happening is in healthcare, the tap is on. Who's controlling the tap right now? Big Food is controlling the tap. Basically, Big Tobacco has taken over Big Food, and they have us all addicted to ultra processed foods. So this is the nationwide problem that we're tackling, and no one is calling out. It's the addiction to ultra processed foods. And this is where I want to make it as easy as possible for people to get healthy. So I'm trying to do healthcare marketing. I'm just a one person uh, uh, boy right now, but hoping to get more traction. I know Bitcoiners really get this, but anything outside Bitcoin, it's very hard to really break into the system. And this is where I say, I'm just going to tell folks here, most people already know. The first thing is to avoid seed and vegetable oils, very toxic for you. Large fries at any fast food chain toxins are equivalent to 25 cigarettes. Again, large fries equals 25 cigarettes. And this is where actually I saw recently that there's a place, burger chain in the Midwest, Steak and Shake, I think it's called. They said they were going to do tallow fries.
They're on the East Coast too. Yeah, they're on the East Coast too.
Yeah, so this is where they're setting the trend. Hopefully, the other people will follow, and we'll stop this.
Do you follow them on X?
I am.
They've been posting some RFK Jr. memes, which I think is pretty
Yeah, they're
funny.
funny.
Just I love. I'm a big meme guy, so I always respect, especially when a public, entity, social media for like a company like that is willing to hop out there and have some fun. So, anyways, sorry, I didn't mean to derail it,
No.
but
And this is where I'm hoping. Like I'm on the West Coast, I go in and out all the time to get the burger, but I don't touch their fries. I'm hoping they're gonna catch on. And this is where basically you need to eat healthy fats. Do not fear the healthy fats. That's gonna really help you lose weight. And this is where again, Big Food has really brainwashed all of the public, all of the doctors, and all of the dietitians. So everything I practice in corporate medicine, just to let you know, and everything I see around me is like, what are we doing, folks?
What's crazy? I have a bit of a personal experience with this actually that I think is relevant to the conversation right now. So before I did my engineering career, between college and going into engineering, I took a brief time trying to figure out exactly where I wanted to go. And while I was doing that, I needed to make cash. So I did personal training for people. I was helping people get in shape. I had like 45 clients. And fitness has been a big part of my life since like middle school. And I had a client who was a cardiologist, and she was like upper 300 pounds, and was just really having trouble losing weight. And I said, okay, yeah, I can help you get there, no problem. So we started going through, and I had her do a diet journal. So I just had her, I said, I'm not going to tell you what to eat at all. I just want you to write down everything that goes in your mouth for a week. I need to see that so I can help you start doing elimination dieting and getting rid of the worst things. And from her perspective, she's like, oh, I'm eating very healthy. She was a vegetarian, and she was eating like almost exclusively prepackaged vegetarian, like protein bar type things, granola bars, stuff that had canola oil, sunflower seed oil, rapeseed oil, all of that stuff in it. And I wasn't as privy to the seed oil things at that time. I just knew that those kind of foods made people fat. I didn't really know why. I just knew they did, because if you're in the fitness community and if you've ever done like bodybuilding or anything like that, you've been interested in trying to get super lean, well, you know that you can't eat those processed foods. It's basically, the classic bro science diet of chicken, rice, and broccoli, right? Will make you lean. But anyways, it was just astounding to me that a cardiologist had zero knowledge of nutrition whatsoever and what foods were going to make her fat and not fat. And the other thing was she was putting, Coke's can worth of sugar in her coffee every day. So she's eating a bunch of sugar by drinking it through having her coffees, and is eating a bunch of these processed, pre-packaged meal bar type things. And I had her cut all of that stuff out and go to Whole Foods type stuff. And I tried to get her to stop being vegetarian, but she wouldn't. She wouldn't go that far. So we were at least able to get her to start eating more diverse proteins from various plant materials and things of that nature. And anyways, with that and exercise, she lost like 65 pounds in 3 months just by cutting out all those processed bullshit, like prepackaged meal bars. And it was just tragic to me that you had someone who's doing cardiology research who just was completely oblivious to that. And so anyways, I can speak from experience that I've seen firsthand.
Yeah, and this shows you that pharma really donates to med schools a lot. So we don't get any, as physicians, we don't get any nutrition education. So all of this was learned after I understood Bitcoin. And I think the first meme that I saw was from I think Susie. She's the one that put it was an engine oil. It was an engine block. Underneath there was a salad, and then they opened up the little valve to drain the oil. And I'm like, what? What is this?
Yeah, that's an amazing. Yeah, that's amazing.
And that's actually how I went down the rabbit hole of seed oils. And this is from a Bitcoiner. I'm learning from Bitcoiners. And then
doctors don't.
I assume you've read Fiat Food.
Nutrition. Yeah,
Yeah.
Fiat Food that's great.
Now, you're not taught in medical school, right? I mean, I had this conversation at one of the Christmas events with his physician Christmas events, and I was like, you guys, like, people are looking to you. They think that you guys know these things, but you guys are not, like, you don't. They're like, well, when we're in med school, we had maybe like one chapter that we learned, if that.
Yeah,
it's
we're like
not a focus.
We're basically like lay people with a slightly better physiological understanding, but we're better at pronouncing the chemicals that are the ingredients. But yeah, I mean, people expect us to be experts of like everything health related. But perhaps shockingly, we are not. Like, I'm very good at emergencies. Like, if you've been shot through the chest or stabbed, like I'm your man. Like heart attack, stroke, whatever. I'm very good at that stuff. But when people start asking me, how much creatine supplement I should be taking, I'm like, my eyes glaze over, and I'm like,
there is
I
no
really
upper
don't.
bound. You will pee out the extra.
Yeah, right. Well, right. Exactly. But Hey, I know Fred is in here. Fred, you've been listening for a while, and you always have great contributions. Do you have anything you're thinking about, or just based on what you've been hearing?
Or give me 1 second just to wrap up, and then I'm gonna
Oh yeah.
hit
Go,
the.
Dr.
I'm gonna
Singh.
keep working out. I'm at the gym, so I just wanted to jump in. So this, the second step is low carbs. Everyone is addicted to carbs and sugar. We all need to eat low carb. So I put the, 3 simple steps up in the nest, so you guys can check it out and share it with the other people. Basically, fatty livers, there's no medication to treat fatty liver. The only way you can treat it is with the diet. The diet is what got you in trouble. So if you know anyone with fatty liver, please do share that with them. And then the third step, real quick, is intermittent fasting. Very, very powerful. Your body has the power to heal. Most adults need 2 meals. You don't need to eat 3 meals with snacks throughout the day. That's making us insulin resistant. Is basically the root cause of all these chronic diseases, and we're doing a really poor job of chronic disease management. ED, we do great. Like Dr. Kaufman, if you go to him in the ED, he's going to do a great job. We are amazing at ED care. Chronic disease, we're failing. You're better off taking this matter in your own hands. That's the way to do it. Take charge. I think Bitcoiners do take charge, but hey, Bitcoiners can spread the word to the normies that are clueless how to lose weight, prevent cancer, and reverse fatty liver. Cheers.
So, Dr. Singh, real quick, with you being a radiologist, how many times do you come across fatty liver as an incidental finding in when you're reading?
It's all the time, all the time. I'm reading body cases today. So basically, CT of the abdomen and liver, abdomen and pelvis. And I would say more than half of the patients have incidental finding of fatty infiltration of the liver. And the statistics are, this is actually the real epidemic of today. It's rampant. Even kids have fatty livers. And the cause is when we take our kids out to fast food, we're giving them a large fries and a huge soda to go along with it. So soda and high fructose corn syrup, the only place it can be processed is in the liver. So it's processed in the liver just like alcohol is. So we're actually poisoning our kids by taking them to fast food. So you have to be careful. You have to set the standard for your kids, what the kids are eating. And this is where I would say, I actually, with the 3 simple steps that I just described, I don't advocate for any particular diet. You can be anywhere from vegan to carnivore and be healthy. You just have to follow those 3 principles. But I would say it's a lot easier to be carnivore and be healthy than to be a vegan and be healthy. Just that's what I've seen from my experience and from all the anecdotal stuff that I've seen on Twitter. So, but fatty liver really rampant. I'm sure everyone in here knows at least 1 or 2 people with fatty liver. So help them out with just telling them 3 simple steps: avoid seed oils, eat the healthy fats, low carbs, and intermittent fasting. Very, very powerful.
Thank you, Doc. Yeah, a lot of
Great stuff. Hey,
really
Noah.
great advice.
Absolutely, I totally agree. I know you were asking Fred to interject here, but oftentimes he'll be doing things for his health, like goat yoga or something fun like that. So we'll keep that out, the mic open for him. One of the things he pointed out, I don't know, last week in Spaces, actually probably the week before that because I wasn't around last week, was how like your health is one of your treasures in life, more important than your Bitcoin stack. So I think this is extremely important. It's right up there with your time, your loved ones. It's a treasure. So health is of utmost importance in my estimation. Anyway, we'll go to macro while we're waiting to hear from Fred. Macro.
Yeah, just real quick, I shared in the nest Dr. Sean Baker. I'm sure you guys have heard of him, but he's a Bitcoiner and a big advocate for carnivore and has posted a lot of studies about it.
Yeah, he's great. He's in very good shape for a 57-year-old guy too.
Yeah, I row and he's faster than me and I'm 20 years younger than him, so it's annoying.
Yeah, he's a great role model.
And a great role model.
Hey guys, this is Voltron. How you guys doing? Loren, thanks for having me up here. Noah,
Absolutely.
hey Noah, we've talked before. You know,
Oh yeah.
I'm an ER doctor as well.
Yep.
I would just kind of 100% agree with what Noah has stated here in the last hour and a half or so about healthcare, about medicines, about vaccines, about the future, AI, everything pretty much as he stated. I would 100% agree with. Medicine is definitely broken. A couple quick points. Just from the health insurance standpoint. I mean, health insurance, the companies, the United Healthcares of the world, the Anthems of the world, these should be nonprofit companies. End of story. They're out there just making a profit on everybody, on patients, on hospitals. I mean, they're just raking in the money. You look at their stock charts; they're up and to the right. They're, again, some similar returns to, the best investments out there. And it's just ridiculous how healthcare premiums have gone up, even with the Healthcare Affordability Act. The healthcare premiums are just shooting up. It's ridiculous. I mean, again, 10 years ago, I could get good healthcare for just a few $100s a month, and as an independent contractor, I'm paying just for me and my two boys, probably about I think 800 a month, and just that's for basic stuff like in case crap happens type insurance. But yeah, but anyways, really quick too. Yeah, I'm in the ER. Everyone thinks I'm nuts too, Noah, about Bitcoin. I try to educate them, but they completely just look the other way, and I'm failing miserably. I think maybe one day they'll actually get the story that we're trying to portray here. And I think lastly, I just want to interject about kind of just that healthcare insurance and HSAs. Bitcoin and the proxies like Misty has really allowed my HSA to just flourish. I just bought some Misty, MSTY. I don't know if you guys know what that is. With MicroStrategy, it's a call option strategy, covered call option strategy. It's a yield max fund. But that thing just spits off so much dividends in my HSA. I think I put like $10,000 in that back in July. Now I have almost $60,000 in that, and it's all sitting there tax free in my HSA, just because of the dividends that's provided. So, just want to interject a couple things. I'll go back to listening. Appreciate it, Noah. Take care. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, thank you, brother. That was all super meaningful, and I mean, we're both on the front line, so we kind of are the same kind of dog and sniffing each other's butts. So it's great to have you up here and get your point of view and get some validation, because it is hard out there. Doctors do not understand Bitcoin. They do not like Bitcoin. They will not put in like even 1 hour. So it's part of the reason why I wrote the book. I think it's going to appeal to physicians, and I'm hoping to orange pill some people. But yeah, thanks for coming up, brother.
I'm not sure how I feel about your dog analogy, Dr. Kaufman.
Right. Well, I probably said that because I have a new puppy, and all she does is sniff other butts. And when there's a dog that's like her, they start playing, and it's so funny, But
no, it's humorous.
Yeah.
Is Fred around yet? Fred, are you at the mic? We got Thomas up here. We've got a couple other new speakers. Luke is here. I'm kind of curious too if somebody does get news of anything other than, if you want to take a little trip away from the medical talk we've been having here. I changed the name of the thing to Doc Talk, which I thought was rather appropriate because I don't think I've seen this many Bitcoin docs in spaces at one time before. Pretty cool, I might add. Thomas, have you been listening at all, or anything?
I've been in and out. Occasionally I have to do my job, so it's sometimes
yeah.
My work interferes with my enjoyment of the Bitcoin X.
Thomas is a political figure too. For those of you who don't know, he's actually the serving mayor at this moment. Was sworn in recently, so been doing the political thing for a while.
So that takes up some time, but usually I have better control of that since I am the chief executive on that. But clients still call, and I tell them not to call during the Spaces calls. But what are they going to do? Got to pay the bills. I have been listening to some of the stuff. It is fascinating. I like what some of the stuff that I was hearing from Noah, and that I've done a lot of consulting in the medical space around the politics of data. And who owns the data? Does the insurance company, the doctor, the hospital, the administrator? Does the patient own the data? How do you handle data coming off of medical devices and telemetry?
Hey, Thomas, did you hear what Humble was saying about AI and how it's impacting her husband's practice and potentially the future of medicine in general?
I
I'm
did
sure you're
not.
familiar.
No.
Oh yeah, it was good stuff. But I think because you're a tech guy, I'm sure that's right in your wheelhouse.
Yeah, I mean, so I would just say I worked for some medical companies, big companies in the S&P 500. Where they get spooked on the issue is around this issue of what I call politics of data, which is who owns it and can it be used in a regulatory way? And then you get into the licensure of the whole guild of being a doctor or a nurse or a practitioner. They don't want to give the AI any agency for a couple of reasons. One is they don't want to undermine the guild, and the second one is they're afraid of the medical mistakes that happen. You know, when I argue this stuff internally, I would say things like, well, the Johns Hopkins did a study, had to be about 10 years ago. And Johns Hopkins came out and said, basically the third leading cause of death is medical mistakes. And one of the reasons why you have medical mistakes is because the system is highly specialized and siloed. So there isn't good data exchange and good understanding across the whole ecosystem. So there's a concept in medicine called narrative medicine, where the story of you as a patient is fully understood by the person giving you the medical advice and protocols. And so they have to understand the entire story of you versus a specialist who's looking at one particular thing. And people who have experienced this know exactly what I mean, and people in the industry know what I mean. It's very difficult to know all the things that have happened to a particular patient. And the business model of medicine has really perverted or prevented the proper administration of narrative medicine. So I'll just say, just indulge me for another 30 seconds. A typical doctor, a general practitioner, has to see, pick a number, 6, 8, 10 patients an hour in order to make their business model work. So they don't have the time to power up on the person that they're seeing. They're looking at quick symptoms, and they're providing a lot of times standard protocols, and they don't like to deviate from the standard protocols, even though their intuition might say so, because they don't want to get into the hassle of that. So there's a thing called VIP medicine that a lot of doctors will know, where you basically can pay $3,000 for participation in a VIP system. And the doctors, when you go see them, they'll spend a half an hour with you and spend a lot of time going through your whole story, all the things that are leading up to what ails you, so that they know that, and they take an interest in your arc, so that they maintain your health, because their business model now works better if you're healthy. Today, we're doing Western medicine with disease management and symptom suppression, and we're not really addressing foundational health. So I'd like to see a lot of reform here. I think the profit incentives in the medical industry has really made some perverted outcomes in our delivery models. AI can really help out a lot, because people can now use the AI tools themselves to do things like when your blood work comes in, you can go use the AI and inform yourself on the kind of questions you want to have with your doctor about the implications of that. So I know the doctors that are listening here, that are on here, probably agree with much of what I said. I would be interested to know what they don't agree with.
No, Thomas, I mean, that was right on. I guess just real quick, and I won't take very long, but you know, a lot of us are supplementing our income. A lot of us are trying to work outside of the system to give health. And I think that VIP model that you were talking about, you know, because you were bang on about just about everything that you were talking about from like a non-physician viewpoint. You've got a very clear understanding of kind of like some of the problems that we're facing and problems in the industry. You know, and I do think that while there are like larger scale approaches to entrepreneurialism and fixing the system, I brought this up earlier that a lot of it's happening from within the system and it's still profit motive and stuff. But a lot of us, you know, like I do VIP medicine just like personally, just like a lawyer would, where it's like an hourly rate. I spend time with a patient. I even offer discounts for Bitcoin and that sort of thing. And it's like a much better model to be able to spend time with people and you know really spend as much time as is needed, because in the ER it's 5 minutes or something. So I just wanted to agree with you there. I don't really have any pushback on the things you were saying. I don't know if there's another physician in here who does, but I know we do have another a couple speakers who are here and have their hands up. I think Luke was here first, but I see Mars's hand is up now. So whoever is more excited to speak.
Oh, what's
Yeah,
up, Dr.
give
Kaufman? How
Hey,
are
I
you?
was
Mars.
just going to respond
Yeah,
earlier,
let's
just
give
before we
somebody
get too far
we'll
off
give
of.
Humble a chance to respond to this, and then we'll go to Mars. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry
Yeah,
about that.
sorry. Thomas, were you speaking about MD VIP, the concierge medicine model? Is that what you were speaking about?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the name of it, but generally
Yeah,
it's a $3,000 a person. And what they do is
yeah.
if you have 1,100 patients and you're doing the factory model, crank it out 6 or 7 an hour. Now you're down to 600 patients. It covers the overhead of your office, and you can spend much more focused time with patients.
Yeah, it's an amazing model. We went to one of their
Is that
conferences, and
Humble? Is that
it's
what you were talking about earlier, or is that a different?
no. That's a AI program called it's a that one was a bridge. This is a totally different model. Concierge medicine is
Gotcha.
up and coming. The difference with MDVIP is that it's actually quite affordable compared to a lot of these other programs that they have out there. But it's like, you know, it kind of goes back to the old school where you can contact your physician 24 hours a day. So like Thomas or Noah, one of you was speaking to the patient panel, so you have a much smaller patient panel as well. It's a phenomenal system.
I've been using the tech for a long time. Several years ago, I hosted a podcast and we did a lot of emerging tech, and we did some stuff in the med tech device. And prior to COVID, we were doing stuff on CRISPR-Cas9 and genetic therapies, and even the technology of mRNA. And so I was very familiar with it when it started to hit. And I would engage with my doctor, who I have a personal relationship with. It's not just doctor patient, but I've known the guy for a long time. Has a lot to do with the fact that I'm the mayor of the town, so I get a little bit probably more attention than your average person. But because I was so informed on things, there were times when he was calling me for advice and direction on where to get information on some of the things, because there was so much misinformation and craziness going on with information suppression during COVID. And so I had directed him a lot on some of the science stuff that was out there and some opposing views to what was considered approved conventional wisdom, which I thought was wrong. And the issue that we had around the whole gene therapy and the effects of mRNA was the butterfly effect. Was the science and the state of the art didn't really understand the secondary, tertiary, and downstream effects of making changes to a system that is extremely complex and not well understood. AI really offers a lot of potential help there, but we're at the very early stages of that. But anyway, my point is the AI tools are going to really be fantastic for patients who want to be more informed and engage with their doctors in a more meaningful conversation when they do have the time. So if you have 5 minutes or 30 minutes, whatever it is, if you know more about what you're going in there for, you can have a much more elevated conversation with the doctor. Put yourself in the doctor's shoes. If they're talking to somebody who doesn't know the difference between up and down and right and left, they have to really have a very simplistic view of what's happening. When you have a sophisticated conversation, you can talk about more nuance and participate in the protocol of your care.
Awesome. Are we still beating on this subject line with Stuart? Or are we going to go to Mars? Stuart, did you want to weigh in on this subject before we switch it over to Mars? We'll go to Mars.
Yo, what's up, guys?
How are you?
Good. How are you, Loren?
I'm great. Thanks, man.
Good. What's up,
Where's
Macro?
yours?
Yo, I just hopped up because I saw Noah was in emergency medicine. Maybe you guys already talked about this. So Noah, quick question for you. And again, sorry if you already talked about it, but so my father was spent over 40 years in emergency medicine, and he served on the admissions board at the University of Minnesota Medical School. And like one of his kind of growing concerns as he was leaving the industry was the DEI stuff, particularly from the medical school standpoint and admissions. I guess my question to you is, how much is that a concern for you going forward? Do you think the Trump administration and its anti-DEI approach is going to change anything with that regard? If it does need to be changed, what are your thoughts?
That's a great question. From I have to say that I don't really know very well. I went to Tulane Medical School and graduated in 2003, and we certainly didn't have any of that malarkey at the time. I would say that it's always been so hard to get into medical school that you already have to have such good grades and you have to be like such an overachiever, and it's so competitive that I really think that they can pick the cream of the crop. And I mean, I have to say, like, yeah, there's some bad physicians, and what do you call the person who graduates last in their class? Call them doctor, But from what I've seen from my colleagues, like one thing that I would say is that competency and skill level is very high in medicine. It's very hard to pass the board exam unless you're like pretty freaking smart and dedicated to it. It's a very, very hard test. So it's hard to get board certified. It's very hard. It's just very hard to do everything. I think it's hard to get good enough grades in college, no matter creed, color, whatever. So and there is, I mean, there's a really good, cross section of society. I mean, there's just a lot of smart people, and you have to really love it to want to do it because you're sacrificing your 20s. You're always paid less. It's nobody trusts you because you inject these death shots into them. So I don't really see it being as big of a problem in medicine. I just have a lot of faith in my colleagues. Every time I talk to my colleagues on the phone, I'm very impressed. I think everybody is generally very good at medicine in this country, and even our foreign med grads. I think just the standards are so high that it's kind of like above DEI. I think in the new docs, the new young docs, I haven't seen like a lack of competency when I'm talking to them. If anything, there's like CYA over concern of the litigious nature of society. So we don't really think about that or talk about it as much. I think DEI is a major problem in a lot of fields, but in medicine, I think that they're pretty good about taking people. And I have no idea like if there's quotas or whatever. But what I would say is there's like color, people of every color who are top of their class, who are extremely, extremely smart, go into medicine. And medicine still has, I mean, even though we're paid less, we're still paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. So I think incentives are still there for people, and it's very competitive. So that's my point of view. I don't know if there are other physicians who think differently on that one. We've lost some of the physicians who were in here, some
No,
younger
cool. That's
physicians.
I appreciate that. That's really all I came up for. That's good to hear.
I think that it's going to help everywhere else though, and that will help medicine as well. I think it's like a rising tide lifts all boats. I'm fully supportive of it. I don't like racism of any form, and I think reverse racism is a real thing. So but at the same time, I mean, um, this stuff is beyond my pay grade. Let's put it that way.
Cool. All right. Well, I appreciate you responding anyways. And
yeah, thanks for the question.
Cool. Yeah. See you guys. I'll hop back down to listener, free up some space.
Thanks, Mars. Yeah, and if anybody wants to hop in, throw your hand up. Luke, did you have something you wanted to chime in about?
Not really. I was just kind of listening for now and seeing. I just wanted to talk about how crazy
Price. Luke wants to talk about price
we can get on
every
other
time.
topics when you guys are off of this. What?
Oh, I'm just giving you a hard time because in all the spaces we go to Luke and Luke's like, "What about the price? What about the price on inauguration day?"
No, no,
Yeah,
no.
go
I'm not.
ahead.
That's not what I'm doing.
No, I'm teasing.
Um,
Luke and I actually literally are having a conversation in DMs right now. I'll actually post it up because it's pretty cool. Go ahead.
no, I just think it's crazy that somehow Davos turned into like some Bitcoin shilling event. It's the fucking. It's the. Is it really weird to you guys too? It's it's trippy.
It's. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess we're changing gears a little bit, which is fine. We can come
No,
back.
we don't have to. Yeah, we'll get to this topic eventually. Stay on your guys' topic.
Well, I mean, there's only so much you can. I mean, there's a million rabbit holes we can go down with medicine and and AI and what's happening. But I think that it is germane to the conversation because you got guys like Larry Fink and Brian Armstrong and everybody speaking about Bitcoin. I think there's like an overwhelming tidal wave of mind share that Bitcoin and along with it, other digital assets, for better or for worse. I think a lot of us don't love that, but that there's bigger mind share that we're starting to take on a global stage, and I think that there's really a golden opportunity here to to focus in on the most important way to orange pill normies. And I think that a lot of people are turned off by, NGU technology, and they feel like they missed it, or this is still going to just select for the richest people, and only a few people are going to have Bitcoin. But that's part of the reason why I wrote this book. Is it's a moral argument, for Bitcoin and Bitcoin as a self-actualization device and self-Bitcoinization and which is the title of the book. And so I just think that Davos, or however you pronounce it, and these big kind of shilling events are kind of like a shelling point, right? Where we are really at this moment where we could see adoption just verticalize, and I had a post before that everything is different this time, and we've got ETFs and we've got full on buy-in and we've got an unbelievable amount of capital on the sidelines still. So I think it's an interesting point. I think that it's apropos. I mean, at the end of the day, if you don't have your health, health is really fundamental to wealth and enjoyment of life. So, I think that anything that's good for Bitcoin and anything that promotes Bitcoin adoption is going to trickle down through just every part of human and societal functions and morality. And so, again, I think it's a shelling point, and I think that we might be witnessing, the moment that we've kind of all been waiting for, and these things happen at a glacial pace. But and maybe that's what we're seeing just everywhere across society. I think it'll be a big deal when when Apple or Facebook or Amazon discloses that they've been buying Bitcoin. That's gonna be amazing, and I think that's gonna happen this year. I really do.
Yeah, I have a tendency to agree. If I know there was supposed to be something signed at 2:30 or this afternoon sometime. So if anybody does get that information and wants to break it to us, we'd be grateful for that.
Oh
But
yeah.
we'll probably try to wrap the space in like 20 or 30 for sure. But if anybody else wants to weigh in on, to me, this has been super informative, educational, organic conversation that we've actually been super lucky to have the number of docs drop in here. I mean, it's been really cool. A lot of them have a little bit differences of opinions and whatnot, but actually seeing things from their perspective, with their expertise. I know you guys belittle yourselves a little bit, saying like, "Oh, we didn't study this stuff," and blah blah blah. But really, you guys are. I mean, I applaud you and tip my hat the amount of work. Like, I couldn't do what you do, Dr. Kaufman. I mean, just the the gore factor for me would be enough. But like, you do see this stuff firsthand, so this really goes outside of the textbook, outside of the study, outside of the research. You're hands on. So really, like, for me, the information we get from folks like you is invaluable. So I totally appreciate it. I love your heart. Seems like it's in a good place.
Thank you,
You're
brother.
pro people, pro freedom, pro Bitcoin. So to me, this is like gold, like with like you just said, health being right up there as one of the most important parts of life. It's like with your time and your
Yeah.
loved ones, and so
Well, call me
your
Noah. Yeah,
Bitcoin
call me,
stack is
guys. Feel free to call me Noah. If you want to call me Doc,
yeah.
feel whatever. But I am just Noah.
I got to mix it up just for the if I call you the same thing all the time, I'll throw Doc out there sometimes. I was gonna call you Doc earlier, but I didn't want 5 people to say, "Who, me?"
Yeah,
Because we
Ninja
had a
Doc is also fine. I've been called that.
oh, Ninja Doc. I like that one. Yeah, yeah. You did the Ninja tour for a while,
Yeah, I
didn't
did
you?
the Ninja Warrior for a good many seasons. It was fun. So, but yeah, I appreciate it, and we're just all, I think, trying to make a difference in our own way. And I'm in, like, just like you guys, I'm part of the Bitcoin marketing department, and I'm focusing on a very, very difficult segment that has a lot of money on the sidelines, but is very difficult to convince, which is physicians. So it's part of the reason why I wrote a book, because if you write an interesting enough book, then people have to shut up, and you've got their full attention, and then they read it. And if you suck them in with some really kind of mind-blowing stuff, and you really set some hooks, they're going to read it. So I know how physicians read. And so and I made it like super visual, coffee table, hardcover book with like a ton of AI art. So I think it's going to be it'll be a fun book, and I'll be talking about it on some podcasts coming up, like Breed Love and stuff. I think.
When is the Breed Love pod?
I'm going down to Miami on February 4th to the 6th, and
Oh, okay. And then he'll probably release it a couple of weeks after or a week after when he goes through and has edited.
something like that. And we're DMing a lot.
Hey, Chris, are you able to hop up here? I know I was thinking about you earlier when we were talking about something. I can't remember what it was now, but Chris, are you in a position where you can pop up and say anything? All right, I'll send you an invite. It's crazy. I was having a conversation with Luke in DM, literally, or like while he was asking those things, and it's crazy how all of this stuff ties together. And you talk about your education system, medical. Like, if you have sound money, I wrote to him. I was saying like, money makes the world go round. Time is money. All these sayings that we learned when we were younger, they're all true. We just didn't know what money was. And when we fix that foundational level, it's crazy how these problems kind of sort themselves out. Hey, Chris, how are you today?
What's up, y'all? Fucking love everybody up on stage.
Hell yeah,
Right
Chris.
back at you. I don't know how much of our convo you've heard, but we organically took a right turn and just went all things medical today. So it was really good, really a lot of information, a lot of expertise up here. It was crazy. So I don't know how much of it you heard, but it was good stuff.
No, I literally just jumped on. We're
Oh,
in
okay.
the throes of applying for schools. My son is 4, and so we had
Oh
one
boy.
of those like play date things where they evaluate you, and that's when you decide if you get to go to Harvard. Is when the 4-year-old. I'm sort of joking, but yeah. Anyway, we're deep in the middle of that, so I've been busy with kid stuff recently.
Totally understand that. Yeah, makes perfect sense. Sounds like somebody's got their priorities right. Sometimes I wonder about some of you folks when I like jump on here at all hours and I see the same people in spaces over and over and over. I'm like, I don't know, but you may want to spend some time with your wife and children because you are a chronic. Maybe we should have a Spaces anonymous thing where we could say, "Hey, I'm Loren, and I'm a Spaces holic."
Isn't that basically what this is?
Yeah, we're enabling each other's addiction, probably. Yes.
Well, sorry I missed it. No, I'm sure it was great. And I'm excited to check out your book. When is that going to be available for people to purchase?
Well, Fred's got it right now. He's going to do the prologue, and I've got like Willie Woo and Robert, and actually even Zuby's looking at it. We're, I've done all the revisions, I've done the edits. So really, it depends on when I get feedback from those guys. I think within the next month or two, realistically, and then it'll be on, it'll be an audio book, and it's like a hardcover coffee table type of book as well, and so that'll be on Amazon. I'd have to guess in the next couple months before the conference. Thanks for asking, man.
I got Fred's book over the holidays, and
His
man,
book's incredible.
yeah, I'm excited to put yours. I told him this is going to be my secret weapon for orange pilling, because when people come over, it's sitting out. It's beautiful. I'll have yours right next to it.
Oh man, well, make sure it has merit. Make sure that you think it's going to do the trick. It's our books are definitely a lot different. I have no expectations.
Hey guys, maybe this is such a great time, since we've kind of ended it with pitching Noah's book. It's been a great discussion. Before we revamp to another topic and get going for another tangent for half an hour, maybe we just end it now and then just give everybody that's on stage a chance to say adios. I know Asteroid's probably doing his fiat mind right now, but maybe if Chris, Michael, Thomas, anybody, and then we'll give Noah the last word. Thomas, any last words? Thomas might be doing something else.
I couldn't find the unmute button. No, that was good space.
There you are.
It's nice to mix it up and learn about.
Yeah, for sure.
Things.
Yeah, totally agree.
Anyway, appreciate it. Everyone enjoy using their Bitcoin today.
Yeah, we'll see what this afternoon plays out with phone call to Bukele and all this interesting stuff. Michael.
Trump is signing an executive crypto order right now.
No way.
That's
Oh,
coming
cool.
over.
I was hoping
What
right
is it?
now. We got
maybe we'll stay around.
not clear. It's just a Walter Bloomberg tweet, and we're spiking up right now.
Maybe
No
we'll
other
just,
details other
drag
than
this out for a little bit until so we can pontificate upon the bill here, because that sounds pretty exciting to me.
Hopefully, it's not requiring every member of, or not every member, every American to buy Trump coin.
No, you got to buy wrapped
Maybe
Bitcoin.
a fun one.
Wrapped Bitcoin. If anybody has breaking stuff, I'm trying to look at and tune into. It's hard to get good info anymore. Like if you tune into even like Fox Business or any of these business shows, you're still not getting great info. So if anybody has any info from a reliable source, please feel free to come up here and share it with us. Because
how does Walter Bloomberg know?
Yeah, what does Walt know? Whose palms is Walt greasing? Come on now.
Yeah, it feels.
I'm seeing that. Looks like Reuters was also mentioning it.
Yeah. Here's the rule. I'm right 99% of the time by saying all of this is bullshit.
Yeah, Fred just posted, "This moment in time feels very Dennis Porter-ish."
That's a good one.
That's hilarious.
Dennis Porter.
So, are we still on last statements, or has this changed the game? And
No, I mean, I think I would love to just drag it on a little, just to hear what this is all about, because hopefully we would know within the next 5 minutes. So I'm hoping
it's kind of what I can see is it's coming out at the same time as an order related to AI as well as energy use. There's a quote in there of Trump saying that if we want AI to be as big as we want it to be, we're going to need to at least double our energy capacity as a nation. Kind of interesting, I think, the crossover between AI, energy, and Bitcoin / crypto, whatever that may or may not be, but that seems to be the cluster of executive orders they're covering at this particular moment. I still haven't seen any details on what the actual order includes. Um, I mean, you know, I mentioned this earlier when folks were talking about obviously the SBR and all of that. I mean, SAB 121 is, in my opinion, completely getting overshadowed by the reserve. It's a really, really big deal. It's a really, really big stepping
Agreed.
stone in terms of progress for Bitcoin and where this is all
Yeah, just
going.
give us a brief.
If we got
Can you just give us the brief dumbed down version just for people that aren't familiar?
Yeah, so with SAB 121, it really involves banks being able to custody crypto or Bitcoin. Right now, they've been sidelined in terms of being able to be involved really at all. Um, and obviously they want to be. And I think, you know, a lot of the products that we sort of theorize about or talk about in here related to either lending against your Bitcoin mortgages, you know, some of these other things that we can't always figure out exactly how the mechanism will or won't work. These guys will figure it out. I can assure you of that. If anybody will figure it out, the banks will figure something out. That's what they do, for better or worse. So you know, if we really want there to be this integration of Bitcoin into the economic system, whether people like it or not, there's going to have to be some connection to the banks, whether that's a permanent connection or a transitory one. We don't really know. But I think thinking that there was going to be sort of a bypassing of it, or that it was strictly going to be this, you know, day-night exodus from traditional banking to Bitcoin, I think has always been unrealistic. And I'm a Bitcoin maxi, you know, don't get me wrong, but I think that there's going to be a progression here, and hopefully it's a progression, because I think sort of a violent crossover is not something that anybody would want either. But I think that if we get SAB 121 related rollbacks, um, then I think it's arguably almost as big as kind of the dumbed down version of a strategic reserve light, which would be, hey, we're going to keep the Bitcoin we already have. It's a cool signal, but there's not really a whole lot of weight behind it or substance, you know, as it pertains to how the industry is moving forward. So yeah, I'm still scouring sort of the feed here, trying to see if anyone sees any more specifics related to the order or not. Has anybody
Well,
seen any
CZ
substance?
posted Bitcoin reserve pretty much confirmed, crypto moving at crypto speed again, and he's got you know, a Loomis post on here, and then Loomis posted like you know, she's now been selected for Senate Banking Committee, which, you know, I think we all kind of said, great, this was like very Dennis Porterish, but it might actually be super important. She posted an hour ago. She said the Senate Banking Digital Assets Subcommittee will, and she's got check marks, pass legislation promoting responsible innovation and consumer protection, eradicate Operation Choke Point 2.0, make America the Bitcoin and digital asset capital of the world. So, you know, I mean, she's obviously as orange pilled as you get as a politician, and meeting with Saylor, and, you know, Saylor's up in everybody's business. And I think, you know, orange pilling away. And, you know, I think he sees that he has to kind of allow for some digital asset talk and innovation talk and the stuff that he knows is a necessary evil. But that's kind of what I'm seeing. And I think that's, uh, you know, whether or not there's like something that's definitively done here at 2:30 or whatever.
It did. I hate to
No,
cut
go
you
ahead.
off. It did just come through. Trump order on crypto to develop national digital asset stockpile. That's coming from Fox.
Oh.
Um, so looks like that's the first indication I see of some big news here. Um, I don't have any other details. I'm kind of scouring right now for
Yeah, I mean,
more.
sadly, it's probably going to be a basket of like XRP and a bunch of other stuff.
Wrapped Bitcoin.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, right? I mean, look, the government needs to acquire those assets in order to stockpile it. The easiest move is to declare the Bitcoin they have as sort of this special reserved asset that's not to be touched. I think it's a much different hurdle for them legally to try and now say, "Oh yeah, we're going to invest $1 billion in XRP or something." I really don't see that happening. And I think that's where it's a little bit of a blessing that, fortunately, they really only have Bitcoin, at least in any
Yeah.
substantive way. Um, but from what these initial reports are, it's leaking out that that's what we wanted. Um, I'm still looking to see if there's anything related to SAB, just because I feel like that's the easiest move he can make, quite
I think
honestly.
Brian Armstrong really knows something. I mean, he posted an hour ago he's like full on orange pilled Bitcoin only for the moment, which is crazy, being like a massive, uh, well, we all know Brian Armstrong. But anyway, he's posting about Bitcoin versus gold. And I think he's trying to like help push the ball over the finish line. I'm not. He's
I
posting
agree.
like
I
charts
agree.
about the traits of money, Bitcoin versus gold versus fiat, like the stuff we all know. But now he's doing this, to a political audience and to like a big audience.
Do you think there's a chance here? I mean, this is a total hypothetical, probably a waste of time, but sort of fun thought exercise. Do you think there's a chance that Trump donates a giant chunk of Trump coin to this? Because I think they have like 80% or something ridiculous.
Well, I think it's vested and locked
I
up
I
over a long time.
I don't see that. I feel like what they are very, and I think legally they have to do, I think they're very deliberately trying to compartmentalize this stuff. Um, Trump's family named business, and what they're doing over there, and then what it is that the government and president is doing over here. I've even seen some theories, and I don't know if I completely disagree with them or not, but I saw some theories that partially why they were I saw a couple different theories on why they were purchasing wrapped Bitcoin. One of them was to sort of distance themselves from actually owning the asset that they are potentially about to pump massively, yet still have the exposure to it. I thought that wasn't the worst theory in the world. I saw another one that their platforms on Ethereum, and that's why I don't know if I buy into that one quite as much. But um, no, I don't anticipate that. That to me, I don't think that even with the way he sort of presented his knowledge of it when he was asked by a reporter the other day. Um, Listen, I'm a Trump guy, but I think he was well aware of how well it did. We were talking in terms of the billions. I mean, his net worth doubled or tripled as it related to this coin. I think he was very well aware of that. And he tried to play it off as this sort of, this thing. Yeah, I don't know much about it. I heard it did pretty well. He was far away from it, which I think he has to be, in order to kind of walk this tightrope where, look, I think everybody knows what direction this is going. It's really clear. Everyone wants exposure if they can get it, and they're on the inside track of where this is going. I agree with what someone just said about Armstrong and some of the others. I mean, everyone who's close to the scene is basically all saying the same thing right now. It's all trending the same direction. I've yet to hear the thing that feels like someone slamming on the brakes or there's a roadblock. It just keeps progressing at the state level. It's progressing down in DC. Got Michael Saylor down there, spending time with all these folks. Elon, although he's been quiet about Bitcoin, which I also think is another really complicated issue, he's been sued for having made statements about crypto in one direction or the other. Yet, actions speak louder than words, and Tesla still has over $1 billion of Bitcoin. on their balance sheet. There's not a lot of other companies you can say that about. So, I mean, all these folks are at the ground zero here of this administration. You got Trump or his family getting tons of exposure to this stuff. Um, Everything's progressing the way we would want it. I mean, I think as Bitcoiners, we want everything now. Sign the order day one that you're going to buy 1 billion Bitcoin. Like it'll never be that way, right? We want it to be that. I just,
I don't think
yeah.
that's the issue. The issue is that we went from a strategic Bitcoin reserve to now
Omar,
to now. How are you, brother?
how
To
are you, man? Great to hear your voice. Sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
good, man. I
Hey,
was
hey,
blocked.
Omar.
I was
Omar,
banned.
I just
Yeah,
want to point out that
go ahead. Go ahead.
I wrote all my Congress people to get you out of jail, and I I,
I
I
appreciate you,
really
brother.
Nice.
I sent letters and made phone calls. I feel like I should take a little responsibility, but I'm glad to have you back, brother.
Thank you, brother.
You,
Thank
Omar.
you. But Michael, I just wanted to say, man, we went from having a strategic Bitcoin reserve, and we went from Cynthia Loomis talking about Bitcoin every single day, nonstop, to now even Cynthia Loomis. I don't know if you guys saw her speech after walking out of the Senate vote earlier, where she said, "Thank God for Bitcoin and for other digital, non-fiat digital currencies." So Trump is not a guy that's going to be influenced by anyone. He's not going to be influenced by Saylor. He's not going to be influenced by anybody, especially not David Bailey or Dennis Porter. He's going to do whatever he wants to do. And unfortunately, while people like Dennis Porter and David Bailey, and I'm sorry, I don't mean any disrespect to these guys, but while they were spending their days on spaces, acting like God's gift to Earth, the other shitcoiners were out there lobbying hard, and guess what? It was very effective, and they got what they want. Now we're no longer talking Bitcoin; we're talking crypto, and yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if we were to see shitcoins like XRP, being dumped into a stockpile. And talking about what the government has right now, guess what? We don't have much. The $115,000 Bitcoin that was taken from Bitfinex is apparently going to be returned to them. I don't know if the 69K that was authorized to be sold by the judge a few weeks ago, I don't know whether that thing, it shows that it's still sitting on their wallet, but God knows how those things work. Maybe it was sold. So I don't even think they have anything left, to be honest with you, especially after returning the 115,000 to Bitfinex. This just brings us back to day one, and I love it. Bitcoin does not need a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Bitcoin does not need anyone. There's no main character. There is no hero. There is nobody. We're gonna sit here. We're gonna enjoy the ride, and Bitcoin is gonna get to wherever the hell it's supposed to get without Trump, without anybody else. That's it.
No, I don't disagree, Omar. And to your point, anytime that folks have gotten pissed off about this asset or that asset either getting acknowledged or saying the word crypto or whatever the case might be, the reality is none of that changes what Bitcoin is in terms of an asset. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how much something's mentioned, doesn't how much something's pumped on any particular day. It doesn't change what Bitcoin is and how it's different than the others. So although it's frustrating, because like I said, we all kind of want to get there, right? We just want to be there now, right? We just want Bitcoin to be the sole focus. All these other things that are worthless to kind of fall off. We want people to understand the difference between Bitcoin and crypto and all of those things. It's not going to play out that way. And maybe in some ways that's not the worst thing either. I think a lot of these other coins, for better or worse, are an engagement point for people. And hopefully they find the right path. In the end, right? I mean, people tend to come to Bitcoin because it keeps winning. And the winners will keep winning and the losers will keep losing. And time will play out this story. So, I mean, Bitcoin's the rising tide that lifts all boats. So yeah, I think you've got Armstrong out there talking a lot about Bitcoin, trying to make Bitcoin front and center. Of course. Of course. I mean, if Bitcoin fails, then what succeeds? Tell me, you know.
Yeah, to that point, like there's certain game theory that'll be kicked off even by a stockpile or even by the very announcement that the US government's getting into crypto or whatever they're going to do. What's
It looks
interesting
like,
about the Go ahead.
oh, I was going to say, it looks like the specific language is National Digital Asset Stockpile specifically. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that is I don't think the government owns any of those other crypto at this point. So does that mean they're going to be actively buying? What does it mean?
Right. Yeah, good point. Cosmo.
Yeah, what's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Great.
Good.
How
What's
are you,
up,
man?
Cosmo?
Doing good. We had a fun space this morning, kind of talking about this stuff. But I think that, you know, I kind of want to give a little bit of credence to kind of the stuff that's going on. We were all there, right? We all shitcoined at some point, and we learned the hard way. And I have a feeling that as they put shitcoins in their stockpile, the government's going to learn the hard way too. So, I think it'll be a mix of stuff probably for now of what it's looking like with all the announcements. But at some point they're gonna learn the hard way just like we did. So I guess we'll see.
Well, I'll say this: if the government starts buying Trump coin, we are going to see impeachments from here till the end of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't saying by the way, I was saying like give as for that exact reason. On the shitcoin, I bought Ethereum in 16 or 17, and that's all now in uh thanks to you guys. I about 2 months ago converted all of that to Bitcoin. I did pretty well on that. I didn't lose my ass on any shitcoin, but I'm 100% Bitcoin now.
Another thing, Darkside, to your point earlier, um, I think we go from a strategic reserve to a simple campaign promise. So even the idea of foreign nations doing the same thing just because the U.S. is buying Bitcoin, Bitcoin is credible. But when they see when they see the U.S. Plug in XRP or Cardano or whatever or the Trump token into a reserve, they're just gonna be laughing at us. And no, they're not gonna buy it. It just means that if one day we get a bill that's introduced to Congress, then it will have to include those tokens. That's all. That's all it means. But today he just signed a paper because he's delivering on a promise that he made, but the paper means absolutely nothing.
Why do you guys think it's not really pumping that much? I mean, it's like it's slightly up, but it's not. I don't see. It doesn't
Well,
look like
because
a huge
you
move.
don't have
Because
no
it's
details.
it's
Yeah,
bullshit.
but even no details. People have been waiting for this. Like it's. I mean, that's what I'm asking.
It's
How
not what
does
we were
anybody
expecting. It's not what the market was expecting. It's not what the market wanted.
how does anybody on X know about this ahead of time? They don't. They're just engagement farming.
Yeah,
It may
I'm
happen.
refreshing the presidential action pages. I don't see anything until something comes up on that page. I'm gonna.
Hey, in the meantime, you guys, I sent crowdsource, the Bitcoin one, a message earlier while we were talking about the crowdsource stuff. Maybe we can just we got them up here, so they responded. So maybe we can just let them have the stage for a minute to give us the pitch and see what it's all about. Noah, how do you feel about that? Noah may be working on a patient right now because I think he's actually on duty
No,
in
no,
the
I'm actually I've been listening, and I'm psyched to have Crowd Health in here because we were talking about this earlier. So
yeah,
I would just
we
give the
talked about them
stage
a
over to
lot.
them. I just got lunch, so I'm kind of got
Oh,
that
okay,
phone in hand and
very
stuff.
good. Okay, Crowd Health, are you able to take the mic?
Yeah, I'm here. This is Andy
Oh,
Schoonover. I'm
Andy, yeah,
CEO
we
of
were
Crowd
talking.
Health.
Nice, sweet. Yeah, we were talking about you guys. We're actually your name was mentioned specifically by. Sounded like maybe
Uh-oh.
one of your ex partners or somebody, or maybe current. I don't know. Noah knows
Yeah,
him.
Greg and I
Knows him.
were talking about
Yeah.
Andy. It's great to have you up here, man. We were talking about Bitcoin and all the problems with medicine and reform and everything we're trying to do. And I gave everybody the lowdown on health and kind of incentives and what the problems are. So but a lot of people have been in and out. So if you wanted to introduce Crowd Health, and all of us are pretty much Bitcoiners in here, but at the same time we're all patients. Some of us are doctors. We had a bunch of doctors in here earlier. Just very interested in what you're doing. I let people know that I've been using Sedera for 5 years, and so we kind of let people know what these crowd sharing ideas are and how they've been used as alternatives to insurance. But it'd be great to know kind of the difference with how is Bitcoin incorporated and what is Crowd Health and how can we help it grow and change medicine for the better.
Yeah, no, happy to give you the quick overview. Let me give you just the quick background. I think it'll give you some context. And I apologize to the Bitcoiners who've heard this because I've been on Safe and Natalie and Marty and Robert and a lot of these Bitcoiners Bitcoin podcast, and you all have heard the story before, but I apologize. So yeah, this is my second healthcare company. Sold the first one as such. I didn't have health insurance because most of us get health insurance to our employers, right? And so I went on to healthcare.gov. I was, pretty ignorant of the downfalls of that, but I kind of joked that it worked until I had to use it. My little one, who was 1 at the time, was having recurring ear infections, and so we went to the ear, nose, and throat doctor. And he told us that she had a perforated eardrum, so a hole in her ear. And so we had to go get that fixed. Pretty benign procedure, 15 minutes. So we went and did that. We got the bill, and it was $8,000. And it was at the point I was like, holy shit, $8,000 for 15 minutes. But that's when I thought my health insurance would pay for it. I got a note a few weeks later that they said it was medically unnecessary, and so they weren't going to pay for it. And so we went through multiple rounds of appeals. I think my ear, nose, and throat doctor was talking to an ophthalmologist or something like that within the health plan, trying to argue that this was a necessary medical procedure. And they ultimately denied it. So I stroked an $8,000 check to the local hospital. And it was at that point where I, ditched health insurance, and I said, screw this, I'm not going to be on health insurance anymore. And so let's figure out a way to operate outside of the medical industrial complex and see if we can do this ourselves. Over the next year, realize that I can negotiate with hospitals. I can negotiate my medical bills, and the vast majority of the time I can negotiate them for much, much less than what health insurance plans are paying. There's this idea that United Healthcare, which is $400 billion in revenue, and I think the 7th largest company on the planet when looking at revenues, can negotiate better than me. And in fact, a decentralized method of negotiating is much, much more effective than a centralized method of negotiating, because United Healthcare actually has an incentive for prices to go up over time. So real quick, and sorry to get into the details here, but I think it's an important piece of this.
Do it.
Incentives are everything. As we Bitcoiners, as we know, incentives are everything. And so the federal government has a law that says that health insurance plans can only make 15% of premiums for their administrative and profit. So if you think about this, then if my premium is $1,000, the health insurance plans can only use $150 of that on their administrative costs and profit. So what does that mean to get from, these are all for-profit organizations. If they want to grow their spend by 10% or their profit by 10% from 150 to 165, then they actually have to see premiums go up. So my premium will have to go from 1,000 to 1,100. So in essence, what we have here is a principal agent problem. My agent, supposed to be going out there trying to find me the best prices, actually have an incentive to see my prices go up over time. And that's why our healthcare system is screwed up, because the buyers of healthcare, which are these insurance companies, are incentivized to see the price to go up. And the sellers of healthcare, which are these big hospital systems, they want the price to go up. So, you don't have to be safety, to understand that if the buyer and the seller want the prices to go up, guess what? The prices are going up. So what Crowd Health is trying to do is decentralize that payment method, and in essence, create market forces within healthcare so that we can actually look at the prices, see what the best price is, find the best doctor in the area, which oftentimes is the lowest price, funny enough, and then get our members to go to those places as opposed to these big hospital systems. And as a result of that, we've been able to drive prices down significantly. So this month, an individual will pay, it was like $130 for Crowd Health. So you annualize that, generally it's around $1,500. On a commercial health plan, an individual is paying about $6,000 on a commercial health plan. So a health plan you would get through your employer. So we are a quarter of the price of a commercial health plan. So that's kind of the overall what we're doing, trying to bring market forces into the system. Now, how does this have to do with Bitcoin? First, I'm a Bitcoiner, and so I want to incorporate Bitcoin into whatever I do. I think if we can't change the fiat system, then we're pretty much screwed everywhere else. And so can we introduce Bitcoin into the largest industry on the planet? It's a $5 trillion industry. And in fact, would be if our healthcare system was a country, we'd be the 4th largest GDPs right behind the United States, China, and Japan, and I think it's catching up to Japan. So that's if we can incorporate Bitcoin into the largest industry on the planet, then I think we have a long way of creating a circular Bitcoin economy. So we're taking this in two steps. One is trying to get as many Bitcoiners on the platform as possible. I need scale to be able to do this. Step two is we are allowing members to use what we call excess funds and convert those to Bitcoin directly. So the way that works is our maximum price per month. Let me step back. We get paid one way. It's a subscription fee. So it's $55 a month. That means that I'm totally incentivized to see lower prices for my consumers or for my customers, because if I can get lower prices, I can get more customers. I'm going to grow as a company. So that's $55 a month. You pay that directly to us, and that's how we pay the bills. Then we ask you for an additional $140, up to $140, to help somebody out directly in the community. So once per month, we'll reach out. We'll say, hey, Noah broke his arm. Can you help Noah with his broken arm? And so that's how we operate. We can kind of get into the details of that if you'd like. But this month, we're only asking for 85 of that 140 because the bills are so low. We're not asking for all of it. So that additional $55 from our Bitcoin members is being sent over to Fold and converted to Bitcoin immediately. And so in essence, what you're putting together here is like a little Bitcoin health savings account. And while it's not, perfectly tax efficient at this point, we're hoping Senator Lummis and others within the legislature will make that more tax efficient. So that's step one. We're trying to get as many Bitcoiners on the platform as possible. We have actually built the platform to enable asynchronous Lightning payments. So the entire process can be done in Lightning. Right now, while we have built it, we can't quite use it because of some stupid tax implications. If I give money to Noah, Noah actually, given it's a gift, Noah now owns my tax basis. So let's just say that, I bought that Bitcoin at 10,000. It's now 105,000 or whatever it is today. Noah would be responsible for, in essence, 90% of the gift that I give him being taxed. And so clearly that doesn't work. And so we are ready to implement that once the government says, hey, these small Bitcoin transactions are not taxable. So it's a multi-phase process, but ultimately, we'd like our Bitcoin members to share their medical expenses directly with each other over Lightning. We'd like to have our members pay doctors in Lightning. We're building a group of doctors who will accept Bitcoin payments. So you can go to Bitcoin doctors in your city. We're building a database of all those doctors because I want to go to a Bitcoin doctor as opposed to a fiat doctor. And so ultimately, that's the vision for the organization going forward. But we have to take a couple steps to get there. So hopefully that gives you a somewhat high level overview of what we're doing. But I'm happy to fill in any of the gaps if people have questions.
Andy, that's that's amazing. I had one or two questions. I don't know if anybody wanted to take a quick interlude if something hit the market or not, but I love it, and hopefully there's eventual plans to put the balance sheet somewhat in Bitcoin as a reserve. I mean, obviously the company is young and growing. Do you guys see that as a possibility? That would be my first question, and then second question, because I think Bitcoiners would love to see almost like some of these companies are starting to do, to really adopt a Bitcoin standard. And yeah, I know that we need some clarity, which I think we will get from the politicians. I think things are very bullish on that front. One question I have is, what kind of room is there for additional services, like creating a stable of, let's say, of concierge Bitcoin physicians who are kind of on call for Bitcoiners, and at kind of a lower price point maybe, or direct price point, and paid in Bitcoin, and can just be kind of on call for the community, or because I guess on one side of it, you're catering to a lot of non-Bitcoiners, And you have to be careful. We have to be careful, I guess, because people can see Bitcoin and like get worried. And most people are not Bitcoiners, like it's 1% or whatever.
Right.
And physicians are like, Bitcoin is heavily stigmatized within the physician communities. And we can connect offline about a lot of this stuff. But if you've got some quick answers to those things, I mean, I think that like the sky is the limit with in terms of creativity and what we can do to provide cheaper healthcare. And then I can connect some dots for you. Like there's already price transparency and like, Atlas MD and like these other physician entrepreneurs who are also trying to solve problems that might be able to like coalesce into a stronger cohort of providers and companies doing this.
Sure. Yeah. So on your first question, which was the Bitcoin reserve, about 20% of our balance sheet is in Bitcoin. That will grow over time. I would just say that, as a startup, we started in 2021.
Right.
If we would have put, all of our money in Bitcoin in 2021, I probably would not be speaking to you today. Just given the things that happened in 21 and 22. If we would have survived that, we would have been great, but I'm not sure we would have. And so now that we are profitable, we are starting to stack some of our reserve in Bitcoin. So that is an ongoing thing. I think it makes more sense when you have a company that has been stabilized and doesn't need the cash today, and can kind of look out into the future, because we all know it's gonna go up into the right. So I'm not a huge proponent of startups putting a bunch of their reserves in Bitcoin, because I want to be excited if Bitcoin goes down to 50 so I can stack more, as opposed to being freaking out because all my cash is gone that I need to pay the bills tomorrow. In terms of your second question, I think, I want to get Bitcoiners to the best doctors. I think some of the best doctors are Bitcoiners. And so, our vision for this, and we actually talked to Mark Stefani. I don't know if anybody knows Mark. He's a Bitcoiner. He's a doc up in Minnesota, about doing exactly what you've talked about, which is having an on-call Bitcoin doc, so that they can reach out to him. We already provide, telehealth services, unlimited telehealth services, and not all those docs, I don't know if any of them actually are Bitcoiners, but if we could replicate that with Bitcoin docs, I think that would be great. Of course, the issue with that is regulatory. So, Noah, as you know, if you're a doctor, you have to be licensed in the states in which you provide care. And so we either need a bunch of Bitcoin docs who are willing to take low volume at this point to do this, to be able to cover all of our states, or we need to find a Bitcoin doc who has coverage in all states, or we need to find a doc who's willing to get coverage in all states. And that has just been a difficult experience, or a difficult thing to accomplish. But, of course, regulatory gets in the way of a lot of these really, great ideas. And I wish the Trump administration would go back and say, hey, if you're licensed in Minnesota, you can provide services anywhere. Somebody in Minnesota is not a hell of a lot different than me down in Texas. So it's a stupid rule that is owned by lobbies, these state level doctor lobbies want the control over their doctors and their licenses. And so there's been a lot of pushback from making that a federal law. But, for sure, I mean, listen, every day I think about how can I incorporate Bitcoin more into our business. And right now, I would say 30% of our members are Bitcoiners. We're at about 10,000, and I'd like to get that to, 10,000 or 20,000 Bitcoiners, which I think is very, very, realistic if people are willing to kind of scrape the fiat medical system and try something different.
Yeah, let's connect. I've got a bunch of ideas and a bunch of solutions to the multi-state problem, and have some ideas entrepreneurially. So we'll connect, and I think I might be able to help you grow this thing.
Awesome. One other thing too that I think is cool, and it is, a component of our decentralization is, when I'm getting asked every month, my money is going directly to NOAA. So Crowd Health does not get in the middle of that. We thought that was really, really important. And so, one example I would just tell you is, like, oftentimes we get, miscarriages or things like that. And there are expenses associated with that. So send this out to the community. We do it in a round robin type of fashion. So the or the person who is requested the furthest back, we start with them and then move forward. We have people, especially women, who reach out to us and we're like, man, I've been through that. I know what that feels like. I know the pain of that. Instead of you asking me for $100, can I give this woman $200? Which I think is just really cool, a cool component of what we do. That's very, very different than, a health share or clearly a health insurance plan. My money is going to NOAA. I know exactly where it's going. It's not going to United Healthcare. Who the hell knows how they're paying for it? And so, that's one really cool component. The other thing too, that I think is interesting, especially to Bitcoiners, is that we're not funding a lot of the bullshit that you have to fund being a part of the commercial plans. Like if you're a part of a commercial plan, you are paying for some stuff that you don't want to be paying for. So, a lot of the woke BS that we're seeing in the healthcare space, you are paying for that with your dollars. And so with Crowd Health, you are not. So, I can go into detail there if you want to. I know it's, we're in the middle of political season, so I don't want to get political about it, but we are very much in the, let's take care of people for their needs as opposed to their wants. And a lot of those times those wants fall out of my moral spectrum and therefore will not get funded by the community, will not get submitted. So another, cool thing about us that, you won't see with your commercial health plan.
Amazing. Well, we've got some guys who usually contribute quite a bit of very good ideas and very good insights. Joe is here. And Sovereign's up as well. I don't know if Joe's still connecting. Andy, that sounds incredible. I want to connect with you offline. I don't know if people have additional questions. I've got 1,000, but I'm not going to I think there's a lot to talk about here. So I think maybe Loren, I don't know if you have any thoughts or ideas, or if you're doing something else at the moment. But Sovereign's here, and Joe is here. So if anybody wants to chime in.
Yeah, I'll just throw some extra context in there. Again, thanks for joining. Appreciate the context. And then I was the one who brought up crowd health earlier, so it's
right. I remember.
It's awesome to hear you guys come and talk. So I'll use me as an example. So there was a period of time where I was in between companies where I had left a job and was about to join another one, so I didn't want to pay for CHIP or whatever that in between insurance is, and so I signed up for Crowd Health. And I guess there's two things. Just curious. I'll share my thought, and you can just see if how you'd respond. The first was I had a little bit of anxiety, just around I'll sign up for this. It'll be like a backstop if anything happens in between. But maybe if there's a word of ease that you could give someone who's maybe not on health insurance now, as to why they should feel somewhat safe with something like Crowd Health. And I don't think you're advertising this as a full-on replacement of insurance, but maybe a supplement. And then I guess the second thing in that same vein is I'm now on insurance. So what would you say to someone like me who does want to be a part of this network, does want to get advantage of good sort of vetted doctors by someone who's like you said, a Bitcoin doctor? I don't know why that sounds so appetizing to me, but it's someone who kind of moves on the same brainwave as I do and probably would take an approach to healthcare that I do as well. So just curious about those things. Thanks.
Yeah. So to clarify something you said, I am absolutely advocating as this being a replacement for health insurance. I don't have health insurance. 80% of our members don't have health insurance. We have a t-shirt, on the front of it, it just says uninsured. And we take pride in that, because insurance is the thing that's creating all of these perverse incentives, and is really screwing up our system. So I hate health insurance. I don't think anybody should be on health insurance. I think it's fiat. I think it's, if you we have a lot of people also who say oh, well, I just feel safer with, fiat. Right. And I would be well, no, you're not safer with fiat. You're safer with putting most of your assets in Bitcoin. 80% of my personal assets, liquid assets, are in Bitcoin. So I'm eating what I'm cooking too. So that would be the first, as I would say. I think health insurance is, a pariah to our society, candidly. Sorry
Hey,
for being
Andy.
so blunt about it.
Hey, real quick. Let's say I think people would want to know, like let's say you're paying Crowd Health and you're paying however much a year, and you get cancer or something horrible, or you're in a horrible motorcycle accident, something that's going to cost hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of
Sure.
thousands of
Yeah.
dollars. Is that going to be like all in covered, like completely, or do you still have to worry? Do you need supplement? Is there a way that it can go wrong or bad based on your guys' model?
I know there's a long shot. Any chance Michael Eberhardt is on this? Michael, are you there? No. Okay, he's gonna be fine with me sharing this because he's a Bitcoiner. Michael was up in Montana fishing. Bear country, wolf country. He had a 44 in his holster. He's fly fishing. He catches a fish. He leans down. The 44 falls out of his holster. Hits the hammer perfectly on a rock. The 44 goes off. It goes into his calf, out the back of his calf, into his thigh, out the top of his thigh, into his chest, and out the back. He looks down. He sees green stuff coming out of his chest. Fortunately, his wife was there, so she went up to the top of the closest little hill and called 911. He got medevaced out of the middle of a stream in the middle of Montana because the closest hospital was 2 hours away. I think he was in a hospital for like a week or two. He was in a coma for several days. He had to drive home from Montana to California because he couldn't get on an airplane. He got sepsis in between, so he hung out in another hospital somewhere in the middle of nowhere for 2 weeks trying to get sepsis. This bill was hundreds of thousands and may even approach $1 million. So what we then go do is we take all of those bills and we negotiate them on his behalf. And it looks like we're going to get those bills down to a couple $100,000. Because here's the thing, and this is back to what I was talking about before, is you have more negotiating power than United Healthcare does. They can look at Michael and they can like, I'm going to charge you, $1 million or whatever it ends up being. But They know they're not going to get paid $1 million. Right. So Michael is in a perfect position to negotiate with that hospital. And we do that on his behalf. So we're able to get those bills down significantly. Like I said, 200, 250, something like that. The other cool thing about this is this is just basic, finance, right? We found out about this in July. We knew it was going to be a big bill. So we started crowdfunding that in August, September, October. I think we crowdfunded a couple $100,000 of it because we were just still waiting for bills. By the time we got bills, negotiated those bills, it was 3 or 4 months later. So in essence, we had 7 or 8 months to fund this really, really big bill. So while United Healthcare has to pay it this month, they have a really big bill this month. Any big bills that you have more than likely are going to take months to resolve. And as such, just like you don't pay for your house, most of us, with cash up front, you finance it over a period of time. We can do the same thing with health bills. And so that allows the community to absorb these health bills really, really easily. The other component of this is, like I said up front, we're asking up to 140, but this month we only asked 85 of it. And so we can flex up and flex down depending upon the amount of bills that we have in queue. And so that gives us just the capacity to fund, a lot of these big bills. And the benefit of this is health insurance plans, they have to have huge pools of capital, fiat capital, that is decreasing in value, year over year because of just inflation, monetary inflation, stupid money printing. And so they have to replace that every year to stay stabilized. We don't have to do that. The money stays in your pocket or it's being held in Bitcoin. And so we don't have the stupid inflationary impact of the money printer in DC. So that enables us to be on a month-to-month basis as opposed to having a huge pool of capital in the back end. So we've dealt with, Michael was a big one. We've had motorcycle accidents that were horrific. We've had dozens of cancer cases, and they're the bad ones. They're the colon cancers. They're the breast cancers, as well as some other ones that may not be. Oh, we had a couple of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Let me tell you a quick story on the non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. $40,000 a month the hospital wanted for just medications for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. We went directly to the drug manufacturer. We negotiated it with the drug manufacturer. It ended up being $2,500 a month. So we were able to negotiate that down by 95% by just going to the drug manufacturer, ripping out all the rent seekers in between, and getting way, way better prices as a result of that. So,
It shows you the grift.
yeah, it's a total rent seeking space. And that's why I said, and again, I apologize for being so kind of gruff about it, but like health insurance is enabling all of this. Like, so, we are trying to bring market forces back, and we're doing a pretty darn good job of it. So 99.8% of the bills that have gotten submitted to the community have gotten funded. The 0.2% is, we just tell people when we ask for Noah's broken arm or whatever, the last 10 times that Noah has been asked, what did he say? Did he say yes, 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 yes? Or did he say no, 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 no? We think it's worthwhile for the community to know if Noah's helped other people, because if you're a taker and not a giver, then the community should know that. And so the 0.2% of the people that haven't gotten funded are the ones that are the takers and not the givers. So if you have given and if you've been generous to other people within your community, then 100% of those bills have gotten funded. And so what I would say is, again, me, my kids, my wife, a bunch of my family members are all on this. We've had NICU babies that are hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so I'm very, very comfortable now, especially at 10,000, people in the community, that these large bills can get paid. Now, was I a little bit worried at, 500 or 1,000 people? Sure, I was, and by the grace of God, we didn't have any, massive bills when we were 1,000 people. But now that we're at 10,000, and we think we'll be at about 25,000 by the end of this year, the community has the capacity to fund these really big bills.
Amazing what you're doing, guys. This is supporting a Bitcoiner. This is reforming medicine. I have no relationship with them. I plan to actually.
You're with Sedera, Noah. I gotta get you over from Sedera, brother.
Oh, it's done. It's a done deal. I just needed to know more about it. I've just been busy, and but I plan to help in any way I can. But if you're paying a lot of money in insurance, I'm not being paid to say this or do this, but let's support a Bitcoiner health company. It just makes sense. At least look into it. I see we've got some new speakers up here. Loren, you're back. I see you just came off mute. But
Yeah.
we've got some others. If anybody wants to raise your hand, if you've got feedback or thoughts.
By the way, any updates with the announcement?
Yeah, the EO's up in the nest. If anybody's curious.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. No, we don't have any affiliation with crowd source health or yet or not, but we're talking, like I said earlier, Cosmo. There's like 15 or so of us who are trying to just do more of a decentralized spaces kind of thing, and we're going to definitely talk to these guys about getting a link up or some sort of thing where it can be a win-win for both of us. We refer people, they give us a spiff or a kickback or something. So we're trying to work with getting something in motion where we're not creating something for one person or a company, but it's actually just the message of just getting the good word of Bitcoin out to folks. So hopefully we will be able to work with companies like this in the future to actually, it'll be a win-win type scenario. So definitely want to stay in touch with these guys, because this is something that I think is definitely in the Bitcoin ethos for sure.
Sense. That makes perfect sense.
Anybody that refers another customer, we give them $250. We find our best customers come from existing customers, and we can give that to you in fiat or Bitcoin, whatever you'd prefer. So, and in fact, 50% of our members last month came from existing members. That's our number one kind of distribution channel for growth. So, if anybody here is a Bitcoiner and on Crowd Health, yeah, make sure you refer your friends. And when we give you that $250, just request it in Bitcoin. We're happy to do that.
Hey, if there's not any questions, I'm kind of needing to wind it down, but if I can leave and let this thing roll, if anybody else wants to just co-host, but I'll leave it up to you guys.
I'm sure. I'm happy to stay on. I'm just on call, and I don't have any patients at the moment, so I would just have to leave it immediately and say goodbye.
Okay.
If I get an emergency.
Hey, I
Gotcha.
can co-host, Loren, if you want me
Okay,
to.
perfect. I'll put you up there. It's funny, Doc, you said I have no patience, but I do have enough patience to host
All
this
right.
space. So yeah, so you have no patience and patience at the same
I
time.
love
All
that.
right, I'll
But
throw Dark up there, and then I'll just throw you guys on. I'll put it on mute and let you guys take over.
yeah. Meanwhile, we've got some new speakers or people who are interested, and I see Ben's there and Chris. So if anybody wants to raise their hand or has some commentary, whether or not it's health in Bitcoin or something else you're interested in, we've kind of been running the gamut, and we've had a long conversation throughout the day, and it's been very, very interesting and educational for everybody. I think that for the docs as well. And we had a bunch of docs in here earlier, so it was great to get everybody's viewpoint. Chris, I see your hand is up.
Thanks for
Hey,
having me
Noah, real
back.
quick. Sorry,
Yep.
I do have to jet out, but join crowdhealth.com. If anybody is interested, if you use Bitcoin promo code Bitcoin, you will be put in our Bitcoin crowd, and then it's only $99 a month for the first 3 months. So would
Thanks,
love
Andy.
anybody to join us. Appreciate y'all inviting me on.
Hey, yeah, hit me up. Let's connect.
Let's do it.
Okay. All right. Thanks for
See y'all.
joining. Okay. Yeah, Chris, and then Ben.
Yeah, I had some questions for Andy, but it's fine. I'm more interested here when you talk with them, kind of what level of actuarial coverage do they have? Because I mean, they're not a true insurance company, but they got to be accounting for that the risk pool of large numbers. I'm interested to hear what they
I'm interested.
what they thought about there.
Yeah, that's a great question, like pre-existing conditions and what happened.
Yeah, exactly.
I can tell you from Sedera Health that I joined and I've been a part of for 5 years. I'm not a part of Crowd Health yet, although now I probably will be. But I haven't been in insurance for a long time. But I've been a part of Sedera, which is a very similar thing to what he's doing. And I will tell you that there was like an application in the beginning, and it's just for healthy people. So
Right.
it's not awesome. Like if you're in the predominance of people who are coming in and out of my emergency department who have diabetes and congestive heart failure and have had 3 heart attacks, it's definitely yeah. I mean, we have to figure that out and we have to solve that. Those are great questions. I'll bring that up with them, but I doubt they would be profitable if they instantly brought everybody on who is extremely sick. So
Right. And
great
my
question.
other follow-up question for him would be, since they are kind of operating on a Bitcoin standard, do they expect the subscription cost to be deflationary, like decrease over time? That's another interesting aspect.
I would think so. He was
I would
mentioning
think
that
so, but I'm not sure.
they're only 20%, balance sheet on Bitcoin. And I think they have to be very careful because when you're a startup, you have existential realities, which are
Right.
you have to pay the bills, and that all happens in fiat because we're still on a fiat standard. So it's a great question. I think that that will be answered, and I'm sure as they gain strength and power, you've got a Bitcoiner at the helm. So I would have to think that it's going to be deflationary. I mean, really, you can make like an OP business model using Bitcoin to create lower and lower subscription costs over time because it's deflationary and because of its Cager and Sharpe ratio. So I think it's a great point, and you got the right guy at the helm to make that a reality. And can you imagine? I mean, it would outcompete every other type of business that's like that, insurance or Crowd Health or otherwise. It's awesome.
Yeah. I just sent them an email because my dad does primary care. I'm an anesthesiologist, so I can't really do a bunch of telemed.
Yeah.
But he's like looking to retire. I'm like, you just need to go do Bitcoin telemed.
That's amazing. I mean, it's
right
like
off into the sunset.
It's a perfect setup, right? Or like I'm an ER doc. I'm a shift guy, so like, we can do these things. But yeah, you said you're an anesthesiologist?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, down in Texas.
Oh, cool. Always good to see another Bitcoiner doc. And thanks for stopping in. We had a huge conversation earlier about everything medicine. Really good questions. Really important. I'm going to talk with him. It sounds like you sent him an email. But thanks for joining. I see Ben's had his hand up for a while.